to the bacon, in the bacon fat, to the bacon, in the bacon fat, all tastes like bacon, fat, and it all tastes like bacon, in the bacon, to the bacon, in the bacon fat, to the bacon, in the bacon fat, all tastes like bacon, and then you put all tastes like bacon, the mince.
Why are you putting mince?
Because then you've got the girth. That's what you're not getting. That's what you're not getting, Sam. This is what I mean. You've got the That's what you're not getting. That's what you're not getting, Sam. This is what I mean.
Hello. How are we all doing? It's Wednesday. It's relatively 6:30. I just had Gav nipping round to pick up some old PC parts. That's not why I'm late. I was having a wee, weren't I? Had to have a little wee. How is everybody doing? It's been a while. It's been a couple of weeks since we've done this. Because obviously last week it was Slam Queen's birthday. So, oh shit. Is that music too loud or is that alright? Let me know if the music's too loud. So we missed it out last week. But we've got 3 chapters left of False Gods by Graham McNeill. And I reckon we'll finish that tonight. And then I only went and bought the other book, didn't I? So we can just go straight into that. Just go straight into that and finish the trilogy. So, who have we got in the chat today? Let's have a look. Let's see how you all are. My beautiful hoons and queechlings. We've got Azrai, Blind Screaming Man, Dilliran, From the Lagoon, Jesky, Leeds J, Wash, Mega99, Eggy, and my pal Owen.
Hi, I'm Paul Queechy.
Ooh, we've got Black Moon as well. How you doing, Black Moon? Just call me a fucking hoon. You hear no music? Can you not hear that in the background? So what's everybody been up to before we start the book? How's your Wednesday been? Lay it on me. Let me know what you've been up to. I can see a lot of people in the chat wondering about my my pre-stream ritual. Here we go. Also, you might have noticed up at the top that we've got a new thing going on. Every time these 10 subs, I'll do 10 bicep curls. And we will get the Swole King before GTA 6. Because that's just gonna give me motivation to do that shit. You know what I mean? Megan is pissed, then a cig, then need to get a brew, and then another piss. That is literally it. That is literally the ritual. Hey Martin, how you doing?
Hi, I'm Paul Queechy, and these are my erotic pasties.
Ooh, these are the most erotic of all the pasties in the pasty shop. In the erotic pasty shop. Crusts, tassels, and sloppy fillings.
With how much weight? I think it's 10. I think it's 10. I'm not massively strong, so it's 10. That's the most I can put on it at the moment, because that's all that'll fit. I need to get some heavier weights, but that's the most I can. That's the most I can put on it. Eggy, how goes the diet and exercise regime, Jason? Very boring. Very, very boring. I'm hungry all the time. But I am losing weight. I've lost like 1.5 stone now, and it's only been a few weeks. So, I'm assuming that's all like water weight. So, we'll see. It's the keeping it off that's the problem. Because it kind of fluctuates day by day. Like, one day it'll be like, I'll be 2 pounds heavier than I was the day before. But then I'll weigh myself again, like, on the next day. And I'll be like 4 pounds lighter. Like, it's weird. But Raptor Wash, 10 kg, I can lift that with my willy. Well, We're not all swole yet, are we, Wash? Fucking hell. I am going to get some heavier weights, though. Because what I do, less reps and heavier weights, basically. Well, that's the heaviest I've got at the moment. That's what happens when you buy everything off Amazon. Do you know what I mean? From the Lagoon. See, my granny do 20s like they were paper. Well, your granny's obviously very strong, isn't she? Fucking swole nana. Jesus Christ, we can't all have vascular grandmas. Do you know what I mean? With fucking penis arms. Hey, Martin, how you doing? Blind Screaming Man had any shitty eyes recently, Jace? No. Not since November or whenever it was. My eyes have been clear. I can see clearly now. The shit has gone. You know what I'm saying? Plenty of people working. Yeah, Megan, no more shit eye for me. Shit eye free since, I was gonna say 93 then, but that's not true, is it? It was November. I think it was November. Can't remember. Got shit in the brain now. You know what I mean? Now I've got shit brain. Yeah, I've not got massive arms, dude. Like, look. I've not got big arms. Never been a big guy. Do you know what I mean? It's all on my ass and my belly. Probably lift it with my belly, but I can lift the 10 kg weights. It's just that's the heaviest that it'll go. That's the heaviest that I've got. Do you know what I mean? Blind Screaming Man, no. You've always had shit brain like all of us here. Yeah, that's true. From the Lagoon says, Shit Eye was my uncle. Old Uncle Shit Eye. Well, I hope you've all had a lovely Wednesday. Weather's been weird today. Been well weird. It's not been cold, but it's been breezy and grey in Manchester. Well, it has in my part of Manchester anyway. But yeah, it's been fucking weird. But yeah, I've spent my day. I've had a really boring day, to be honest. I've had a really, really fucking boring day. Just like fucking editing videos for fucking TikTok and Instagram and YouTube shorts. It's well boring. Well boring. It's not like difficult or anything. It's just tedious. Just tedious as fuck. You know what I mean? Because you're just doing the same thing over and over again for like hours on end. But it's like, I just want to I want to just get it all done because I'm so impatient with things. I'd rather just get it all done. I'd rather just sit there for like fucking 5 hours and just do it all. And then, because I have this I use this app that lets me schedule shit. So then I can and then I don't have to worry about it then. Because otherwise I'll be worrying and it'll be on my mind and I'll be forgetting and worrying that I'm going to forget shit all the time. So if I just get it all done, then it's fine then. Do you know what I mean? I just don't have to worry about it anymore. No, I'm not doing TikTok fucking dances. Although I did do a good griddy. Do you know what I mean? I've been known to pull out a good griddy every now and again. Do you know what I mean? Scarlett taught me another one as well. I can't remember what it was. I posted it in the Discord though. Excuse me. Yeah, I can't remember what it was. Someone will probably remember. Just, do you know what I mean though? Some people, you're either born with rhythm or you're not though. Do you know what I mean? And I'm obviously one of those people. Born with rhythm. Natural God-given rhythm. That's me. Rhythm's my middle name. Jason Barry Rhythm Evans. That's what I was called on the day of my birth. I came moonwalking out of my mum's vagina. Straight into the arms of my waiting father. Who wanted to call me Troy. And my mum said no. So then he went home. Well, he didn't go home. He went to the pub. And then he got home and he was pissed up. And Jason and the Argonauts was on television. And then he was like, yeah, that'll do. So that's as much thought as went into my name. Jason and the Argonauts. My dad watched Jason and the Argonauts half cut. And went, yeah, that'll do. Well, if I can't call him Troy, I'll call him Jason. That was it. I was literally like, he wanted to call me Troy. How mental's that? I could have been called Troy. Troy Evans. Hi, I'm Troy Evans. Welcome to the throne room, guys. Fucking hell. I'm like, if I was called Troy Evans, it sounds like I'd be like the lead salesman at a jet ski company in like an 80s teen movie flick about some guy who's just moved to a new town on the coast of California. It's a jet skiing town. And I'm like the jock. I'm like the guy who sells all the... My dad's like the owner of the jet ski rental place. Do you know what I mean? Like, yeah. Bet you can't hit this radical wave like I do. My name's Troy Evans. Do you know what I mean? Owen, my dad wanted to call me Cecil. That's fucking well worse. That's amazing. That's amazing. Cecil. Oh, I'm gonna have to call you Cecil now. You do know that now, Owen, don't you? You know what you've done, haven't you? You do realise what you've done. I'm just gonna call you Cecil from now on. That's fucking amazing. You can call me Troy. I don't mind, but I am gonna call you Cecil. And I can't help it. Like, it's there now. It's locked in. Fuck off. Calm down, Cecil. Come on. Don't be like that. Thought you were better than that, Cecil. Cecil. Sounds like you're a fucking farmer out of Heartbeat. Fucking Cecil, that's amazing. That's amazing. Oh, Cecil. That's fucking genius. Oh, that's made my day, that, Cecil. Cheers, man. Great stuff. Great stuff. How you doing, Gar Crusher? Fucking brilliant. I mean, we should end the stream there. It's not going to get any better than that, is it? It's not going to get any better than Cecil. That's fucking... Mwah. Creme de la Cecil, innit? Do you know what I mean? Don't get any better than that. Fucking hell. Nah, you can't call it Cecil. Cecil's rubbish. That sounds like a detergent. My whites are wider than wide with Cecil. Oh, Cecil. You haven't fucked yourself over. If anything, Cecil, you've elevated yourself to a new plane. A new plane of existence. The Cecil level. His Cecil levels are over 9,000! I think he's reaching peak Cecil. I've never seen anyone with this much Cecil. Owen, since we're already here, do you want to know why you wanted to call me Cecil? Oh, don't make it sad now. Don't make it sad now, because you can't do this now, because I've literally took the piss out of you for at least 5 minutes straight. So now if you say something sad, now I'm going to feel like a dick. Cecil. You know what I'm saying? I know it's going to be something sad. It's going to be... Oh, no, that's amazing. That's even better. Cecil the cheese plant. I didn't even know you got cheese from plants. I thought it came from cow's tits. That's mental. That's wild. Cheese seeds. What do? Do you plant milk? Is it if you water a plant with milk, then it grows cheese? Is that how it works? Or do you just like rub a cow's tits on like a plant, on a flower, any flower, or a cabbage? If any plant was going to grow cheese, it would be a cabbage, wouldn't it? It strikes me as a cheesy plant, that. The cheesiest of all plants. Lagoon. Cheese plant was my ex-girlfriend's first name. If that was a nickname, I don't want to know why she was called that, I'll be honest. Slam Queen's in the house. I was named after Calamity Jane, but I was called Lucy for the first few days. I have 2 birth certificates. It's like a secret agent. 00 Slam Queen. Hang on, why is everyone saying, oh, well, I say I'm named after Jason and the Argonauts. Not one of you said, oh, Jason and the Argonauts, that's a classic film. Soon as Slam Queen comes in, she's like, oh, I was named after Calamity Jane. Everyone's like, oh, Calamity Jane, what great film. This is mental, this. I blame you, Cecil. And your cheese plant. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I'm saying? That's why I have to put up with this. Jessica, I said it, but you ignored me. I'm sorry. I was distracted by Cecil. Do you know what I mean? When Cecil comes into the chat, everything stops. That's not my fault. That's Cecil's fault. When Cecil walks in the room, everybody goes, oh my God, it's fucking Cecil. Do you know what I mean? So I apologize, Jessica. And I will take the compliment. Jason and the Argonauts is a classic movie. We were all distracted by Cecil. So thank you, Owen, for this fucking revelation. Honestly, I can't thank you enough. I feel like the stream should just end. We shouldn't even read the end of the book, because nothing is going to top this. Cecil the cheese plant. When you say cheese plant, actually, thinking about it, do you mean, is it like a plant that grows cheese, or is it like a factory where the cheese is made?
I've been working for 75 years down in the old Cecil cheese plant. Man and boy, churning the cheese down at old Cecil's.
You know what I mean? Is it like that? Your dad used to come home from a hard day's work at the cheese plant, stinking of brie. But instead of like, it was like when they worked down in the mines, but instead of like all black soot all over his face, it just got all like yellow cheese all over his face. A 10,000 yard stare. You haven't seen the things I've seen. I was neck deep in Gorgonzola for 17 hours yesterday. Smell. God, the smell. Do you know what I mean? Was it like that? Hey, Snow, how you doing? Owen, Cecil. No, I think they're called Swiss cheese plants because the leaves have big holes in it. Oh, right, okay. Well, they're not just being eaten. Maybe they were being eaten by amorous ladybugs. From the lagoon, Cecil saved my cat from a tree and got me off hard drugs. Thanks, Cecil. Old Cecil. I'm doing great. I'm just currently basking in the glory of Cecil. That I'm never going to forget now. Old Troy and Cecil. They sold jet skis like you wouldn't believe. being eaten by Cecil. Cecil was eating the cheese plant. Fucking hell. Fucking Cecil. I hope there's a character in one of these books called Cecil.
Brother Cecil. I'm Brother Cecil of the Blood Angels. In the name of the Holy God Emperor of Terra and the cheese plants of Mars.
Troy and Cecil sound like the two main characters in a buddy cop TV show from the 70s.
Troy's got a quick wits and a fast mouth. And Cecil never plays by the rules. He's a maverick, and he'll do whatever he needs to do to get the job done. Together they are Troy and Cecil. Weeknights at 9 on CBS.
Be like that, wouldn't it? Like proper 70s music, though. Bit of saxophone. Troy and Cecil. That'd be sick. Troy and Cecil. Might make that into a TV show one day. No, what the main bad guy would be like the Mr. Burns character who owns and runs the cheese plant in the town. Instead of like a nuclear plant, it'd be a cheese plant. And he's got a monopoly on the whole town. And all the farmers are suffering. All the dairy farmers in the town are suffering because there's nowhere else to sell their milk. Do you know what I mean? So they have to sell it to Old Man Cheese Plant. You know what I mean? Mr. Churns, we'll call him. Hey, Fake Bark, how you doing? Just come up with a TV show starring me and Owen called Troy and Cecil. Two 70s cops. Trying to take down Mr. Churns in the old Wisconsin cheese plant. And one day they can like Troy and Cecil will have to break into the cheese plant to like to like steal Mr. Churn's evil plans. And when Mr. Churns finds out, he'll be like, "God damn you, Troy and Cecil! You've Gorgon stolen my plans!" You know what I mean? Film it in the old Wensleydale Creamery. Only up the road from here. See, it's in your blood. I've got cheese in my blood. Probably why I've had 6 heart attacks and I need to go to the doctors again. Yeah. Steve'd have to be like the police chief. God damn it, Cecil! The mayor's up my ass! My ass stinks of cheese in this town. I can't take another one of the mayor's mozzarella fingers up my ass. You get your shit in line, Cecil. You can hand in your badge. Fuck's sake. Oh my god. Troy and Cecil, innit? Troy and Cecil. That's against the world, Cecil. Right, well. That was a great stream, that, everybody. Good night, guys. Peace and love. Oh, fucking hell. Right, should we read this book? I'm gonna be here all night otherwise, talking about fucking cheese. Ah! Oh my god. Right, where were we up to then? So what happened? Oh shit, yeah. Torgs threw down, didn't he? They invited him to a they invited Torgadon to a lodge meeting, didn't they? Do you remember? And Erebus was there. And Erebus was there, and fucking Malagurst was there, and loads of the other guys, and Abaddon and everyone. And Aximand, they were like all there. The only person who wasn't there was Loken. And they were basically saying that, do you remember when the Space Marines like killed and wounded a load of civilians when Horus was like dying, and they were trying to get Horus to the apothecaries, and all these civilians were in the way, so they just fucking walked right through them and just fucked them all up. Basically Erebus, the rest of the Mournival, and like hundreds of Space Marines in the Sons of Horus basically want to pin it on Loken and basically have him executed for it. And they brought Torgadon into one of the lodge meetings and told him, and Torgadon basically told him to fuck themselves. And Malagurst was like, the last thing he said to him was like, listen, Torgadon, you're either with us on this or you're against us. And Torgadon went, well, I'm against you then. And then that was like where it was left. And it's like, oh shit. Oh, and Erebus said that because Torgadon said, well, wait until I tell the War Master about this. And then Erebus turned around and went, whose idea do you think it was? So, yeah. So fuck knows where we're at now. Snow, are we reading The Galaxy in Flames after this? Yes. I got it. It's over there. I ordered it. And it's here. So we can carry that on. So yeah. Erebus is a cunt. We all knew that. We were all aware of Erebus's cuntiness. So should we pick it up and find out where we're up to then? So I'm hoping we finish this today, because I am wanting to finish this one today and start on the next one. Right, guys, we are going to we're just going to dive straight in. What we'll do is I'll read an entire chapter, and then we'll stop for a little bit and have a little bit of a chat about what the fuck has gone on, because a lot starts happening now, if I remember correctly. And then we'll just move on to the next chapters and shit, and then we'll have a chat at the end as well. All right, let me know if the music is too loud. The music should be coming through, but if it's too loud, let me know. Why is my nose running? Oh.
You bastard.
You bastard. Jeski's fella, how you doing? Tiny Gamer, how you doing? Big love. Okay. Let's just jump straight in. False Gods, Graham McNeill. Chapter 19. Isolated. Allies. Eagle's Wing. Petronella sat at her escritoire, escritoire, filing page after page with a cramped handwriting, the spidery script tight and intense. Her dark hair was unbound and fell around her shoulders in untidy ringlets. Her complexion had the sallow appearance of one who had not stepped outside her room for many months, let alone seen daylight. A pile of papers beside her was testament to the months she had spent in her luxurious cabin, though its luxury was a far cry from what it had been when she had first arrived on the Vengeful Spirit. The bed was unmade, and her clothes lay strewn where she had discarded them before bed. Her maidservant, Babeth, had done what she could to encourage her mistress to pause in her labours, but Petronella would have none of it. The words of the War Master's valediction had to be transcribed and interpreted in the most minute detail if she was to do his confession any justice. Even though his words had turned out not to be his last, she knew they deserved to be recorded, for she had tapped into the War Master's innermost thoughts. She had teased out information no one had contemplated before, secrets of the Primarchs that had not seen the light of day since the Great Crusade had begun, and truths that would rock the Imperium to its very core. That such things should perhaps remain buried had occurred to her only once in her lonely sojourn, but she was the Palatina Majoria of House Carpinus, and such questions had no meaning. Knowledge and truth were all that mattered, and it would be for future generations to judge whether she had acted correctly. She had a dim memory of speaking of these incredible truths to some poet or other in a dingy bar many months ago while very drunk, but she had no idea what had passed between them. He had not tried to contact her afterwards, so she could only assume that he hadn't tried to seduce her, or that she hadn't, in fact, been seduced. It was immaterial. She had locked herself away since the beginning of the war with the technocracy, trawling every fragment of her mnemonic implants for the words and turns of phrase that the War Master had used. She was writing too much, she knew. But damn the word count. Her tale was too important to be constrained by the bindings of a mere book. She would tell the tale for as long as it took in the telling, but there was something missing. As the weeks and months had passed, the gnawing sensation that something wasn't gelling grew from a suspicion to a certainty, and it had taken her until recently to realize what that was. Context. All she had were the War Master's words. There were no framework to hang them upon, and without that, everything was meaningless. Finally realizing what was amiss, she sought out Astartes' warriors at every opportunity, but hit her first real obstacle in this regard. No one was speaking to her. As soon as any of her subjects knew what Petronella wanted, or who she was, they would clam up and refuse to speak another word, excusing themselves from her presence with polite abruptness. Everywhere she had turned, she ran into walls of silence, and despite repeated entreaties to the office of the War Master to intervene, she was getting nowhere. Every one of her requests for an audience with the War Master was declined, and she soon began to despair of ever finding a means of telling her tale. Inspiration as to how to break this deadlock had come yesterday, after yet another afternoon of abject failure. As always, Magad escorted her, clad in his golden battle armor and armed with his Kyrillian rapier and pistol. After the fighting on Davin, Magad had made a speedy recovery, and Petronella had noticed a more cocksure swagger to his step. She also noticed that he was treated with more respect around the ship than she was. Of course, such a state of affairs was intolerable, despite the fact that it made his vigor as a concubine that much more forceful and pleasurable. An Astartes warrior had nodded in respect as Petronella despondently travelled along the upper decks of the ship towards her stateroom. She had made to nod back, before realizing that the Astartes had been paying his respects to Magad, not her. A scroll upon the Astartes shoulder guard bore a green crescent moon, marking him out as a veteran of the Davin campaign, and thus no doubt aware of Magad's fighting prowess. Indignation surged to the surface, but before Petronella said anything, an idea began to form, and she hurried back to the stateroom. Petronella had stood Magad in the center of the room and said, "It's so obvious to me now. Shame on me for not thinking of this sooner." Magad looked puzzled, and she moved closer to him, stroking her hand down his molded breastplate. He seemed uncomfortable with this, but she pressed on, knowing that he would do anything for her in fear of reprisal should he refuse. "It's because I am a woman," she said. "I'm not part of their little club." She moved behind him and stood on her tiptoes, placing her hands on his shoulders. "I'm not a warrior. I've never killed anyone. Well, not myself. And that's what they respect. Killing. You've killed men, haven't you, Magad?" He nodded curtly. "Lots." Magad nodded again and she laughed. "I'm sure they know that too. You can't speak to boast of your prowess, but I'm sure the Astartes know it. Even the ones that weren't on Davin will be able to see that you're a killer." Magad licked his lips, keeping his golden eyes averted from her. "I want you to go amongst them," she ordered. "Let them see you. Inveigle yourself into their daily rituals. Find out all you can about them, and each day we'll use the Nemo quill to transcribe what you've discovered. You're mute, so they'll think you simple. Let them. They will be less guarded if they think they humour a dolt." She could see Magad was unhappy with this task, but his happiness was of no consequence to her, and she had sent him out the very next morning. She'd spent the rest of the day writing, sending Babeth out for food or water when she realised she was hungry, and trying different stylistic approaches to the introduction of her manuscript. The door to her stateroom opened and Petronella looked up from her work. The chronometer set into the escritoire told her that it was late afternoon, ship time. She swiveled in her chair to see Magad enter her room and smiled, reaching over to pull her data slate close, and then lifting the memo quill from the Lethwell. "You spent time with the Astartes?" she asked. Magad nodded. "Good," said Petronella, sitting the reactive nib on the slate and clearing her mind of her own thoughts. "Tell me everything," she commanded, as the quill began to scratch out his thoughts. The War Master's sanctum was silent, save for the occasional hissing mechanical hum from the exo-armature of Regulus's body, and the rustle of fabric as Malagurst shifted position. Both stood behind the War Master, who sat in his chair at the end of the long table, his hands steepled before him, and his expression thunderous.
"The Brotherhood should be carrying food by now," he said. "Why have the World Eaters not yet stormed the walls of the Iron Citadel?"
Captain Khan, equerry to Angron himself, stood firm before the War Master's hostile stare, the dim light of the sanctum reflecting from the blue and white of his plate armor.
My lord, its walls are designed to resist almost every weapon we have available. But I assure you the fortress will be ours within days,
said Khan.
You mean mine?
Growled the War Master.
Of course, Lord War Master,
replied Khan.
And tell my brother Angron to get up here. I haven't seen hide nor hair of him in months. I'll not have him skulking in some muddy trench avoiding me just because he can't deliver on his promises. If I may be so bold, my Primarch told you that this battle would take time,
explained Khan.
The Citadel was built with the old technology and needs siege experts like the Iron Warriors to break it open. And if I could contact Perturabo, I would have him here,
said the War Master. Regulus spoke from behind the War Master.
The STC machines will be able to counter much of the Mechanicum's arsenal. If the Dark Age texts are correct, they will adapt and react to changing circumstances, creating ever more cunning means of defense.
The Citadel may be able to adapt,
said Captain Khan, angrily gripping the haft of his axe.
But it will not be able to stand before the fury of the 12th Legion. The Sons of Angron will tear the beating heart from that fortress for you, War Master. Have no doubt of that. Fine words, Captain Khan,
said Horus.
Now, storm that citadel for me, and kill everyone you find within.
The World Eater bowed and turned on his heel, marching from the sanctum.
Crown for king.
Oh, we've been crowned.
Bullshit.
Big Khan, entering the store. Entering the story. Fucking love Khan. Gotta love Khan. Probably my favourite character in the whole of Warhammer Khan. Absolute fucking badass. Once the doors slid shut behind Khan, Horus said,
That ought to light a fire under Angron's backside. This war is taking too damn long. There is other business to be upon.
Regulus and Malagurst came from around behind the War Master, the equerry taking a seat to ease his aching body.
We must have those STC machines,
said Regulus.
Yes. Thank you, Adept. I'd quite forgotten that,
said Horus.
I know very well what those machines represent, even if the fools who control them do not.
My order will compensate you handsomely for them, my lord,
said Regulus. Horus smiled and said,
At last we come to it, Adept.
Come to what, my lord?
Do not think me a simpleton, Regulus,
cautioned Horus.
I know of the Mechanicum's quest for ancient knowledge. Fully functional construct machines would be quite a prize, would they not?
Beyond imagining.
Admitted Regulus.
To rediscover the thinking engines that drove humanity into the stars and allowed the colonization of the galaxy is a prize worth any price.
Any price?
Asked Horus.
These machines will allow us to achieve the unimaginable, to reach into the halo stars and perhaps even other galaxies. So yes, any price is worth paying.
Christ alive.
Then you shall have them,
said Horus. Regulus seemed taken aback by such a monumentally grand offer and said,
I thank you, War Master. You cannot imagine the boon you grant the Mechanicum.
Horus stood and circled behind Regulus, staring unabashedly at the remnants of flesh that clung to his metallic components. Shimmering fields that contained the adept's organs and brass musculature gave him a measure of mobility.
there is little of you that can still be called human. Is there?
Asked Horus.
In that regard, you are not so different from myself or Malagurst.
My lord, I aspire to the perfection of the machine state, but would not presume to compare myself with the Astartes.
As well you should not,
said Horus, continuing to pace around the sanctum.
I will give you these construct machines, but as we have established, there will be a price.
Name it, my lord. The Mechanicum will pay it.
The Great Crusade is almost at an end, Regulus. But our efforts to secure the galaxy are only just beginning. I am poised to embark on the greatest endeavor imaginable. But I need allies, or all will come to naught. Can I count on you and the Mechanicum?
What is this great endeavor?
Horus waved his hand and came around the table to stand next to the adept of the Mechanicum once more, placing a reassuring hand on his brass armature.
No need to go into the details just now. Just tell me that you and your brethren will support me when the time comes, and the construct machines are yours.
A whirring mechanical arm wrapped up in gold mesh swung over the table and placed a polished machine cog gently on its surface.
As much of the Mechanicum as I command is yours, War Master. And as much strength as I can muster from those I do not.
Horus smiled and said,
Thank you, Adept. That's all I wanted to hear.
On the 6th day of the 10th month of the war against the Auretian technocracy, the 63rd expedition was thrown into panic when a group of vessels translated in system behind it in perfect attack formation. Boas Comemnus attempted to turn his ships to face the new arrivals, but even as the maneuvers began, he knew it would be too late. Only when the mysterious ships reached and then passed optimal firing range did those above the vengeful spirit understand that the vessels had no hostile intent. Relieved hails were sent from the War Master's flagship to be met with an amused voice that spoke with the cultured accent of old terror. "Horus, my brother," said the voice. "It seems I still have a thing or two to teach you." On the bridge of the vengeful spirit, Horus said,
Fulgrim.
Despite the hardships of the war, Loken was excited at the prospect of meeting the warriors of the Emperor's children once again. He had spent as much time as his duties allowed in repairing his armor, though he knew it was still in a sorry state. He and the Mournival stood behind the War Master as he waited proudly on the upper transit dock of the Vengeful Spirit, ready to receive the Primarch of the Third Legion. Fulgrim had been one of the War Master's staunchest supporters since his elevation to War Master, easing the concerns of Angron, Perturabo, and Kurz when they raged against the honor done to Horus and not them. Fulgrim's voice had been the breath of calm that had stilled bellicose hearts and soothed ruffled pride. Without Fulgrim's wisdom, Loken knew that it would be unlikely that the War Master would have ever been able to command the loyalty of the legions so completely. He heard metallic scrapes from beyond the pressure door. Loken had seen Fulgrim once before at the Great Triumph on Ulanor, and even though it had been from a distance, as he marched past with tens of thousands of other Astartes warriors, Loken's impression of the Primarch had never faded from his mind. It was a palpable honor to stand once again in the presence of two such godlike beings as the Primarchs. The eagle-stamped pressure door slid open and the Primarch of the Emperor's children stepped onto the Vengeful Spirit. Loken's first impression was of the great golden eagle's wing that swept up over Fulgrim's left shoulder. The Primarch's armor was a brilliant purple, edged in bright gold and inlaid with the most exquisite carvings. Hooded bearers carried his long, scaled cloak, and trailing parchments hung from his shoulder guards. A high collar of deepest purple framed a face that was pale to the point of albinism, the eyes so dark as to be almost entirely pupil. The hint of a smile played around his lips, and his hair was a shimmering white. Loken had once called Hasta Sejanus a beautiful man, adored by all. But seeing the Primarch of the Emperor's children up close for the first time, he knew that his paltry vocabulary was insufficient for the perfection he saw in Fulgrim. Fulgrim opened his arms and the two Primarchs embraced like long-lost brothers. "It has been too long, Horus," said Fulgrim.
It has, my brother. It has,
agreed Horus.
My heart sings to see you. But why are you here? You were prosecuting a campaign through the Purdus anomaly. Is the region compliant already?
What worlds we found there are now compliant, yes, nodded Fulgrim as four warriors stepped through the pressure door behind him. Loken smiled to see Saul Tarvitz, his patrician features unable to contain his relish at being reunited with his brothers of the Sons of Horus. Lord Commander Eidolon came next, looking as unrepentantly viperous as Torghadan had described him. Lucius, the swordsman, came next, still with the same sardonic expression of superiority that he remembered, though his face was now heavily scarred. Behind him came a warrior Loken did not recognize. a sallow-skinned Astartes in the armor of an apothecary, with gaunt cheeks and a long mane of hair as white as that of his Primarch. Fulgrim turned from Horus and said, "I believe you are already familiar with some of my brothers, Tarvitz, Lucius, and Lord Commander Eidolon. But I do not believe you have met my chief apothecary Fabius."
"It is an honor to meet you, Lord Horus,"
said Fabius, bowing low. Horus acknowledged the gesture of respect and said,
Come now, Fulgrim. You know better than to try and stall me. What's so important that you turned up here unannounced and give half of my crew heart attacks?
The smile fell from Fulgrim's pale lips, and he said, "There have been reports, Horus."
Reports? What does that mean?
"Reports that things are not as they should be," replied Fulgrim. "That you and your warriors should be called to account for the brutality of this campaign. Is Angron up to his usual tricks?"
Angron is as he has always been.
That bad?
No. I keep him on a short leash, and his equerry, Khan, seems to curb the worst of our brother's excesses.
Then I have arrived just in time.
I see, said Horus. Are you here to relieve me then?
Fulgrim could keep a straight face no longer and laughed, his dark eyes sparkling with mirth. "Relieve you? No, my brother. I am here so that I can return and tell those fops and scribes on Terra that Horus fights war the way it's meant to be fought. Hard, fast, and cruel."
War is cruelty. There is no use trying to reform it. The crueler it is, the sooner it is over.
Fulgrim said, "Indeed, my brother. Come, there's much for us to talk about. For these are strange times we live in. It seems our brother Magnus has once again done something to upset the Emperor, and the Wolf of Fenris has been unleashed to escort him back to Terra."
Magnus?
asked Horus, suddenly serious.
What has he done?
"Let us talk of it in private," said Fulgrim. "Anyway, I have a feeling my subordinates would welcome the chance to reacquaint themselves with your... what do you call it? Mournival?"
Yes, smiled Horus. Memories of murder, no doubt.
Loken felt a chill travel down his spine as he recognized the smile on Horus's face. The same one he had worn right after he had blown out the Oretian consul's brains on the embarkation deck. One of my own hairs in my mouth, then. And not a moustache hair either. A head hair. Scalp hair. With Horus and Fulgrim gone, Abaddon and Aximand, together with Eidolon, followed the two Primarchs, while Loken and Torgadon exchanged greetings with the Emperor's children. The sons of Horus welcomed their brothers with laughter and crushing bear hugs. The Emperor's children with decorum and reserve. For Torgadon and Tarvitz, it was a reunion of comrades, with a mutual respect forged in the heat of battle, their easy friendship clear for all to see. The apothecary, Fabius, requested directions to the Medicae deck and excused himself with a bow upon receiving them. Lucius remained with the two members of the Mournival, and Torgadon couldn't resist baiting him just a little.
So, Lucius, you fancy another round in that training cages with Garville? From the look of your face, you could do with a practice.
The swordsman had the good grace to smile, the many scars twisting on his flesh, and said,
No, thank you. I fear I may have grown beyond Captain Loken's last lesson. I would not want to humble him this time.
Come on. Just one bout,
asked Loken.
Promise I'll be gentle.
Yeah. Come on, Lucius, said Tarvis. The honor of the Emperor's children is at stake. Lucius smiled.
Very well, then.
Loken could not remember much of the bout. It had been over so quickly. Evidently, Lucius had indeed learned his lesson well. No sooner had the practice cage shut than the swordsman attacked. Loken had been ready for such a move, but even so was almost overwhelmed in the first seconds of the fight. The two warriors fought back and forth, Torgadon and Saul Tarvis cheering from outside the practice cages. The bout had attracted quite a crowd, and Loken wished Torgadon had kept word of it to himself. Loken fought with all the skill he could muster, while Lucius sparred with a casual playfulness. Within moments, Loken's sword was stuck in the ceiling of the practice cage, and Lucius had a blade at his throat. The swordsman had barely broken sweat, and Loken knew that he was hopelessly outclassed by Lucius. To fight Lucius with life and death resting on the blades would be to die, and he suspected that there was no one in the Sons of Horus who could best him. Loken bowed before the swordsman and said,
There's one each, Lucius.
Care for a decider? Smirked Lucius, dancing back and forth on the balls of his feet, slicing his swords through the air.
Not this time,
said Loken.
Next time we meet, we'll put something serious on the outcome, though, eh?
Any time, Loken, said Lucius. But I'll win. You do know that, don't you?
Your skill is great, Lucius. But just remember that there's someone out there who can beat you.
Not this lifetime, said Lucius. The Quiet Order met once again in the armory, though this was a more select group than normally gathered, with Lodge Master Sergar Targost presiding over an assemblage of the Legion's senior officers. Aximand felt a pang of regret and loss as he saw that, of the Legion's captains, only Loken, Torgadon, Yakton Cruz, and Tibalt Mar were absent. Candles lit the armory, and each captain had dispensed with his hooded robes. This was a gathering for debate, not theatrics. Brothers, said Targost, this is a time for decisions, hard decisions. We face dissent from within, and now Fulgrim arrives out of the blue to spy on us. Spy? Said Aximand. Surely you don't think that Fulgrim would betray his brother? The War Master's closer to Fulgrim than he is to Sanguinius.
What else would you call him?
Asked Abaddon.
Fulgrim said as much when he arrived.
Fulgrim is as frustrated by the situation back on Terra as we are,
said Malagurst.
He knows that those who desire the outcome of war do not desire to see the blood of its waging. His legion seeks perfection in all things, especially war, and we have all seen how the Emperor's children fight, with unremitting ruthlessness and efficiency. They may fight differently from us, but they achieve the same result.
When Fulgrim's warriors see how the war is fought on Arraius, they will know that there is no honor in it, added Luke Cederay. The world eaters shock even me. I made no secret of the fact I live for battle and revel in my ability to kill, but the Sons of Angron are uncivilized.
They do not fight. They butcher.
They get the job done, Luke,
said Abaddon.
That's all that matters. Once the titans of the Mechanicum break open the walls of the Iron Citadel, you'll be glad to have them by your side when it comes time to storm the breaches.
Cedere nodded and said, there is truth in that. The War Master wields them like a weapon, but will Fulgrim see that?
Leave Fulgrim to me, Luke,
said a powerful voice from the shadows. And the warriors of the Quiet Order turned in surprise as a trio of figures emerged from the darkness. The lead figure was armored in ceremonially adorned armor, the white plate shimmering in the candlelight, and the red eye on his chestplate glowing with the reflected fire. Aximand and his fellow captains dropped to their knees as Horus entered their circle, his gaze sweeping around the assembled captains.
So, this is where you've been gathering in secret,
My lord, began Targost, but Horus held up his hand to silence him.
Hush, Sergar,
said Horus.
There's no need for explanations. I've heard your deliberations and come to shed some light upon them, and to bring some new blood to your Quiet Order.
As he spoke, Horus gestured the two figures that had accompanied him to come forward. Aximand saw that one was an Astartes, Tybalt Mar, while the other was a mortal clad in gold armor, the warrior who had fought to protect the War Master's documentarist on Davin.
Tybalt, you already know,
continued the War Master.
Since the terrible death of Verilam, you struggled to come to terms with the loss. I believe that he will find the support he needs within our order. And the other is a mortal. And though not an Astartes, he is a warrior of courage and strength.
Sergar Targost raised his hand and said, a mortal within the Order? The Order is for Astartes only.
Is it, Sergar? I was led to believe that this was a place where men were free to meet and converse and confide outside the strictures of rank and martial order.
Ooh. Oh, hell yeah. Cheers, babe. Hey. Good night. Love you. Hell yeah, brew. Fuck yeah, brew. Oh, banging. Slam Queen brew. Gotta love it. War Master's right, said Aximand, rising to his feet. There's only one qualification a man needs to be part of our Quiet Order. He must be a warrior. Targost nodded, though he was clearly unhappy with the decision. Very well. Let them come forward and show the sign, he said. Both Mar and the gold-armored warrior stepped forward and held out their hands. In each palm, a silver lodge medal glinted. Let them speak their names, said Targost. Tybalt Mar, said the captain of the 18th Company. The mortal said nothing, looking helplessly at Horus. The lodge members waited for him to announce himself, but no name was forthcoming. Why does he not identify himself? Asked Aximand.
He can't say,
replied Horus with a smile.
Sorry, I couldn't resist, Sergar. This is Magad, and he is mute. It has come to my attention that he wishes to learn more of our Legion, And I thought this might be a way of showing him our true faces.
He'll be made welcome, assured Aximand. You didn't just come here to bring us two new members, did you?
Always thinking, little Horus,
laughed Horus.
I've always said you were the wise one.
Then why are you here? Asked Aximand. Aximand, hissed Targost. This is the War Master. He goes where he wills. Horus held up his hand and said,
It's all right, Sergar. Little Horus has a right to ask. I've kept out of your affairs for long enough, so it's only fair I explain this sudden visit.
Horus walked between them, smiling and bathing them in the force of his personality. He stood before Aximand, and the effect was intoxicating. Horus had always been a being of supreme majesty, whose beauty and charisma could bewitch even the most stoic hearts. As he met the War Master's gaze, Aximand saw that his power to seduce was beyond anything he had experienced before, and he felt shamed that he had questioned this luminous being. What right did he have to ask anything of the War Master? Horus winked, and the spell was broken. The War Master moved into the center of the group and said,
You are right to gather and debate the coming days, my sons. But they will be hard indeed. Times are upon us where we must make difficult decisions, and there will be those who will not understand why we do what we do, because they were not here beside us.
Horus stopped before each of the captains in turn, and Aximand could see the effect his words were having on them. Each warrior's face lit up as though the sun shone upon it.
I am set upon a course that will affect every man under my command, and the burden of my decision is a heavy weight upon my shoulders, my sons.
Share it with us,
cried Abaddon.
We are ready to serve.
Horus smiled and said,
I know you are, Ezekiel. And it gives me strength to know that I have warriors with me who are steadfast and true as you.
We are yours to command, promised Sergar Targost. Our first loyalty is to you.
I am proud of you all,
said Horus, his voice emotional.
But I have one last thing to ask of you.
Ask us,
said Abaddon. Horus placed his hand gratefully on Abaddon's shoulder guard and said,
Before you answer, consider what I am about to say carefully. If you choose to follow me on this grand adventure, there will be no turning back once we have embarked upon it. For good or ill, we go forward, never back.
You always were one for theatrics, noted Aximand. Are you gonna get to the point? Horus nodded and said,
Yes, of course, little Horus. But you'll indulge my sense for the dramatic, I hope.
Wouldn't be you otherwise.
Agreed, said Horus. But yes, to get to the point, I am about to take us down the most dangerous path, and not all of us will survive. There will be those of the Imperium who will call us traitors and rebels for our actions. But you must ignore their bleatings and trust that I am certain of our course. These days ahead will be hard and painful, but we must see them through to the end.
What would you have us do?
asked Abaddon.
In good time, Ezekiel. In good time. I just need to know that you are with me, my sons. Are you with me? We are with you!
shouted the warriors as one.
Thank you. Thank you,
said Horus gratefully.
But before we act, we must set our own house in order. Hector Vivarus and this remembrance of Carcasi. They must be silenced while we gather our strength. They draw unwelcome attention to us, and that is unacceptable.
Vivarus is, not a man to change his mind, my lord, warned Aximand. And the remembrance is under Garviel's protection.
I will take care of Vivarus,
said the War Master.
And the remembrancer, well, I'm sure that with the correct persuasion, you will do the right thing.
What do you intend, my lord? Asked Aximand.
That they be illuminated as to the error of their ways,
said Horus. Oh, what are we doing? Oh, Shadow's got a new name. I didn't ignore it. I literally had a sentence left to read in that entire chapter. So I just finished that so it didn't stop the flow of the book. I didn't ignore it. Shadow's got a new name. Frosted Shadow.
Frosted Shadow. It's a frosty shadow.
Alright, Slam Queen's getting out of here. Good night, babe. Love you.
Ta very much for the brew.
Check general chat in Discord for a cheese-filled surprise. That sounds fucking horrible. I'll be honest. That sounds horrendous. That description sounds absolutely awful. Propagandas. Gorgonstola. Well, amazing. Amazing. That's fucking well funny.
He's Gorgonstola my plans. God damn it, Cecil. How many times have I got to tell you the mayor's sticking cheese up my ass?
All right, Frosted Shadow. Well, cheers for hanging out, dude. Appreciate you, mate. Love the new name as well.
Very snazzy. Very snazzy. The old frosted shadow.
I feel like I've got a really good American accent, yeah.
It's the old frosted shadow.
You know what I mean? A bit like that. What are we saying in the chat? What's going on? So what are we thinking? What are we thinking? What's going on here? What's Horus's little plan? It doesn't sound like a little plan, does it? It sounds like quite a large plan. Sounds like quite a large plan that he's got going on. And notably, Loken and Torgadon weren't invited to this meeting.
Damn it, Troy, I've tried to tell you. Ricotta, go now! We got to get out of here!
Horus is going to try and kill the Emperor and anyone who stands in his way. No, it is the plan. Jeski's fella shit's about to get fucky. Chaka sounds like a huge plan, to be honest. Yeah, sounds quite ominous, doesn't it? What did he say then? He said, there are some that will call us traitors and rebels, but know that I'm doing this. Know that I'm, what is it? Know that I'm taking the right course or something. Jacket, yeah, I think so. And here I thought it was Abaddon. Owen, he's getting legions to side with him. Entire legions. There's only one thing he's doing. Oh, shit. Well, we've just met a new Primarch as well. Fulgrim. And we've met a character from a new Legion as well that we haven't met yet. The World Eaters. We met Khan, who might possibly be my favorite character in the whole of Warhammer 40k. I do love Khan. I love him. And we've not met Angron yet, but they've talked about Angron in passing. Angron's the Primarch of the World Eaters. Fucking hell. Like the shit that they've already said about him. It's like when they're talking about John Wick. Do you know what I mean? They're basically saying like they're not warriors, they're butchers. Like that's what they said about Angron and the World Eaters. They're not warriors, they're not soldiers, they're butchers. So feel like we're getting closer to finding out exactly what this fucking plan is. We're edging. They also said something about Magnus. I don't know whether you picked up on that as well. Fulgrim said Magnus has done something to piss off the Emperor. And they've sent the Wolf of Fenris to bring him to heel and take him back to Terra. Now, the Wolf of Fenris is another Primarch that we've not met yet. So if you want to bring a fucking Primarch to heel, the only thing you can send after him is another Primarch. So Magnus has done something that's pissed the Emperor off. And the Emperor's sent another Primarch to bring him in, basically. To bring him back to Terra. To answer to the Emperor for whatever he's done. So we know Magnus. But what does Magnus know? What do we know? When was the last time we saw Magnus? When Horus was in the warp, basically. Hey, Phoenix, how you doing? You paused your Doctor Who binging. Phoenix, Magnus did nothing wrong. Well, we've not got to that yet. We haven't got to. We know, like, all we know in the book so far is that he's done something. It's just been mentioned in passing by Fulgrim. He's done something that's pissed the Emperor off, and the Emperor's sent another Primarch to bring him in, to bring him to the Emperor. But we don't know what he's done yet. Just his fella. I once saw him kill 3 Marines in a bar with a memo quill. Fucking memo quill. Do you know whose fucking Land Raider that is? Get that fucking Land Raider out of my garage. Fucking hell. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Phoenix, I love how those 4 words tend to trigger a lot of warheads. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, we'll get to that point in the story. We'll get there eventually. We'll get there. We'll find out what he's done eventually. Made me cry, that book. That book actually made me cry. Like, I got well emotional with that book. I love Magnus. The man. Fucking love him. So sick. Right, should we crack on? Because we've got another 2. We've got another 2 chapters to get through tonight. Right.
Chapter 20.
Don't know why I'm doing it in Paul Queechy voice. Do you know what? None of the characters have had a Paul Queechy voice yet, have they? Maybe I'll stick one in. Maybe I'll give Angron a Paul Queechy voice. Imagine that. Give the Emperor that voice. You know. No, it was the second worst I felt while reading Warhammer after the Lion and Leafer. The worst, the one that really made me cry, is toward like right at the end of this book series. I can't say what it is because I don't want to ruin it for people. But I was really upset. Even though I knew what happened. But reading it was like something else. It was something else. It was fucking very upsetting. Very upsetting. Phoenix, does anyone take the VODs and edit it to a complete tale? Would love to hear it from the start. I've got it on my YouTube. This book. I've got this whole book on my YouTube so far. Every stream that I've done of it. The first one, I wasn't multi-streaming at the time, so sadly that's been lost to the ether. But this book is, definitely. Oops, excuse me. Right. Chapter 20. The Breach. A midday clear. Plans. The visit of the Emperor's children was painfully brief, the 2 Primarchs sequestering themselves behind closed doors for its entirety, while their warriors sparred, drank, and talked of war. Whatever passed between the War Master and Fulgrim appeared to satisfy the Primarch of the Emperor's children that all was well, and 3 days later, an honor guard formed up at the upper transit dock as the Emperor's children bade their farewells to the sons of Horus. I need to turn this. Fuck my ass. Right, never mind. Saul Tarvitz and Torgudon said heartfelt goodbyes, while Lucius and Loken exchanged wry handshakes, each anticipating the next time they would cross blades. Eidolon nodded curtly to Torgudon and Loken as Apothecary Fabius made his exit without word. Fulgrim and Horus shared a brotherly embrace, whispering words only they could hear to one another. The wondrously perfect Primarch of the Emperor's children turned with a flourish towards the pressure door and stepped from the vengeful spirit, his long scale cloak billowing behind him. Something glinted beneath the cloak, and Loken did a double take as he caught a fleeting glimpse of a horribly familiar golden sword belted at Fulgrim's waist. Loken saw that the Iron Citadel was aptly named, its gleaming walls rearing from the rock like jagged metal teeth. The mid-morning light reflected from its shimmering walls the air rippling in the haze of energy fields and clouds of metal shavings raining down from self-repairing ramparts. The outer precincts of the fortress were in ruins, the result of a 4-month siege waged by the warriors of Angron and the war machines of the Mechanicum. The Dias Irae and her sister Titans bombarded the walls daily, hurling high explosive shells and crackling energy beams at the Citadel, slowly but surely pushing the Brotherhood back to this, their last bastion. The Citadel itself was a colossal half-moon in plan, set against the rock of a range of white mountains, its approach guarded by scores of hornwalks and redoubts. Most of these fortifications were little more than smouldering rubble, the Mechanicum's Legio Reductor Corps having expended a fearsome amount of ordnance to flatten them in preparation for the storm of the Iron Citadel. After months of constant shelling, the walls of the Citadel had finally been broken open and a half-kilometre-wide breach had been torn in its shining walls. The Citadel was ready to fall, but the Brotherhood would fight for it to the bitter end, and Loken knew that most of the warriors who were to climb that breach would die. He waited for the order of battle with trepidation, knowing that an escalade was the surest way for a warrior to meet his end. Statistically, a man was almost certain to die when assaulting the walls of a well-defended fortress, and it was therefore beholden to him to make that death worthwhile. "Will it be soon, do you think, Garvey?" asked Vipus, checking the action of his chainsword for the umpteenth time.
Think so,
said Loken.
But I imagine the World Eaters will be first into the breach.
Welcome to the honor,
grunted Torgodon, and Loken was surprised at his comrade's sentiment. Torgodon was normally the first to request a place in the spear tip of any battle, though he had been withdrawn and sullen for some time now. He would not be drawn on the reasons why, but Loken knew it had something to do with Aximand and Abaddon. Their fellow Mournival members had barely spoken to them over the course of this war, except where operational necessity had demanded it. Neither had the 4 of them met with the War Master since Davin. For all intents and purposes, the Mournival was no more. The War Master kept his own counsel, and Loken found himself in agreement with Eacton Cruz's sentiments that the Legion had lost its way. The words of the half-herd carried no real weight in the Sons of Horus, and the aged veteran's complaints were largely ignored. Loken's growing suspicions had been fed by what Apothecary Vadon had told him when he had rushed to the Medicae deck after the departure of the Emperor's children. He had found the apothecary in the midst of surgery, ministering to the Legion's wounded, tiled floor slick with congealed blood. Loken had known better than to disturb Vadon's labours, and only when the apothecary had finished did Loken speak to him.
The Anathame,
demanded Loken.
Where is it?
Vadon looked up from washing his hands of blood.
Captain Loken. The Anathame? I don't have it anymore. I thought you knew.
No,
said Loken.
I didn't. What happened to it? I told you to tell no one that it was in your possession.
And nor did I,
said Vadon angrily.
You already knew I had it.
He?
asked Loken.
Who are you talking about?
The apothecary of the Emperor's children, Fabius, said Vadon. He came to the Medicae deck a few hours ago and told me he'd been authorized to remove it.
A cold chill seized Loken as he asked.
Authorized by whom?
By the War Master, said Vadon.
And you just gave it him?
asked Loken.
Just like that?
What was I supposed to do?
snarled Vadon.
This Fabius had the War Master's seal. I had to give it to him.
Loken took a deep, calming breath, knowing that the apothecary would have had no choice when presented with the seal of Horus. The months of research Vadon had performed on the weapon had, thus far, yielded no results. and with its removal from the vengeful spirit, any chance of uncovering its secrets were lost forever. A crackling voice in Loken's helmet shook him from his sour memory of the second theft of the Anathame, and he focused on the order of battle streaming through his headset. Sure enough, the World Eaters were going in first. A full assault company led by Angron himself, and supported by 2 companies of the Sons of Horus, the 10th and the 2nd, Loken and Torgadon's companies. Torgadon and Loken shared an uneasy glance. To be given the honor of going into the breach seemed at odds with their current status within the Legion, but the order was given, and there was no changing it now. Army regiments would follow to secure the ground the Astartes won, and Hector Vivarus himself would lead these detachments. Loken shook hands with Torgadon and said,
See you on the inside, Tarek.
Try not to get yourself killed, Garvey, said Torgadon.
Thanks for the reminder,
said Loken.
I knew it was me thinking that was the point.
Don't joke, Garvey,
said Torgadon.
I'm serious. I think we're gonna need each other's support before this campaign's over.
What do you mean?
Never mind, said Torgadon. Sotmo wants this citadel's ours, eh?
Yeah. We'll share a bottle of victory wine in the ruins of the Brotherhood Citadel.
Torgadon nodded and said,
You're buying, though?
They shook hands once more, and Torgadon jogged away to rejoin his warriors and ready them for the bloody assault. Loken watched him go, wondering if he would see his friend alive again to share that drink. He pushed such defeatism aside as he made his way through his own company to pass out orders and offer words of encouragement. He turned as a huge cheer erupted from further down the mountains, seeing a column of warriors clad in the blue and white armor of the World Eaters marching towards the approaches to the breach. The assaulters of the World Eaters were hulking warriors equipped with mighty chain axes and heavy jump packs. They were brutality distilled, and concentrated violence molded them into the most fearsome close combat fighters Loken had ever seen. Leading them was the Primarch, Angron. Angron, the Bloody One, the Red Angel. Loken had heard all these names and more for Angron, but none of them did justice to the sheer brutal physicality of the Primarch of the World Eaters. Clad in an ancient suit of gladiatorial armor, Angron was like a warrior from some lost heroic age. A glinting mesh cape of chainmail hung from his high gorget and pauldrons, with skulls worked into its weave like barbaric trophies. He was armed to the teeth with short, stabbing swords and daggers the length of an Astartes chainblade. An ornate pistol of antique design was holstered on each thigh, and he carried a monstrous chain glaive, its terrifying size beyond anything Loken could believe. "Thrown alive," breathed Nero Vipus as Angron approached. "I wouldn't have believed it if I'd not seen it with my own eyes."
"I know what you mean,"
answered Loken, the mighty Primarch's savage and tribal appearance putting him in the mind of the bloody tales he had read in the Chronicles of Ursh. Angron's face was murder itself, his thick features scarred and bloody. Dark iron glinted on his scalp where cerebral cortex implants punctured his skull to amplify his already fearsome aggression. The implants had been grafted to Angron's brain when he'd been a slave, centuries before, and though the technology to remove them was available, he had never wanted them removed. The bloody Primarch marched past, glancing over at the men of 10th Company as he led his warriors towards the bloodletting. Loken shivered at the sight of him, seeing only death in his heavy-lidded eyes, and he wondered what terrible thoughts must fill Angron's violated skull. No sooner had the Primarch of the World Eaters passed than the bombardment began. The guns of the Legio Mortis launching rippling salvos of rockets and shells into the breach. Loken watched as Angron delivered his assault orders with curt chops of his glaive, and felt a momentary pity for the Brotherhood warriors within the citadel. Though they were his sworn enemies, he did not envy them the prospect of fighting such a living avatar of blood and death. A terrifying war cry sounded from the World Eaters, and Loken watched as Angron led his company in a crude ritual of scarification. The warriors removed their left gauntlets and slashed their axes across their palms, smearing the blood across the faceplates of their helmets as they chanted canticles of death and bloodshed. "I almost feel sorry for the poor bastards in that citadel," said Vipus, echoing Loken's earlier thoughts.
"Pass the word to stand ready," he ordered. "We move out when the World Eaters reach the crest of that breach."
He held out his hand to Nero Vipus and said,
"Kill for the living, Nero."
"Kill for the dead," answered Vipus. The assault began in a flurry of smoke as the World Eaters surged up the lower slopes of the breach with roaring blasts of their jump packs. The wall head and the breach itself were wreathed in explosions from the Titan's bombardment, and the idea that something could live through such a storm of shot and shell seemed impossible to Loken. As the World Eaters powered up the slopes of rubble, Loken and his warriors clambered over the twisted blackened spars of iron that had been blasted from the walls above. They moved and fired, adding their own volleys of gunfire into the breach before the assaulters reached their targets. The slope was steep, but eminently climbable, and they were making steady progress. Occasional shots and las blasts ricocheted from the rocks or their armor, but at this range nothing could wound them. 500 meters to his left, Loken saw Torgadon leading Second Company up the slopes in the wake of the World Eaters, both forces of the Sons of Horus protecting the vulnerable flanks of the assaulters and ready with heavier weapons to secure the breach. Behind the Astartes, the soldiers of Hector Vavarus's Byzant Janizars, wearing long cream greatcoats with gold frogging, followed in disciplined ranks. To march into battle in ceremonial dress uniform seemed ridiculous to Loken, but Vavarus had declared that he and his men were not going to enter the citadel looking less than their best. Loken turned from the splendid sight of the marching soldiers as he heard a deep bass rumbling that seemed to come from the ground itself. Powdered rubble and rocks danced as the vibrations grew stronger still, and he could see Angron and the World Eaters reaching the crest of the breach. Blazing columns of smoke surrounded Angron, and Loken heard the mighty Primarch's bellowing cry of triumph even over the thunderous explosions of battle. The rumbling grew louder and more violent, and Loken had to grip onto a rusted spar of rebar to hold himself in place as the ground continued to shake as though in the grip of a mighty earthquake. Great cracks split the ground and plumes of fire shot from them.
"What's happening?"
he shouted over the noise. No one answered, and Loken fell as the top of the breach suddenly exploded in a sheet of flame that reached hundreds of meters into the air. Rocks and metal were hurled skywards at the top of the wall in massive seismic detonation. Like the bunkers in the cities, the Brotherhood destroyed what they could not hold, and Loken's reactive senses shut down briefly with the overload of light and noise. Twisted rubble and wreckage slammed down around them, and Loken heard screams of pain and the crack of splintering armor as scores of his men were pulverized by the storm of boulders. Dust and matter filled the air, and when Loken felt safe enough to move, he saw in horror that the entire crest of the breach had been destroyed. Angron and the World Eaters were gone, buried beneath the wreckage of a mountain. Torgadon saw the same thing, and picked himself up from the ground. He shouted at his warriors to get to their feet and charged towards the ruin of the breach. Filthy, dust-covered warriors clambered from the wreckage and followed their captain as he led them onwards and upwards to what might be their deaths. Thorgerdon knew that such a course of action was probably suicidal, but he had seen Angron buried beneath the mountain, and retreating was not an option. He activated the blade of his chainsword and scrambled up the slopes with the feral cry of the sons of Horus bursting from his lips. "Lupercal! Lupercal!" he screamed as he charged. Loken watched his brother rise from the aftermath of the explosion like a true hero and began his own charge towards the breach. He knew that there was every chance a second seismic mine was buried in the breach, but the sight of a Primarch brought low by the Brotherhood obliterated all thoughts of any tactical response, except charging.
"Warriors of the 10th!" he roared. "With me! Lupercal!"
Loken's surviving warriors pulled themselves from the rubble and followed Loken with the War Master's name echoing from the mountains. Loken sprang from rock to rock, clambering uphill faster than he would have believed possible, his anger hot and bright. He was ready to wreak vengeance upon the Brotherhood for what they had done in the name of spite, and nothing was going to stop him. Loken knew that he had to reach the breach before the Brotherhood had realized that its strategy had not killed all the attackers, and he kept moving upwards at a fast pace, using all the increased muscle power his armor afforded him. A storm of gunfire flashed from above, las shots and solid rounds spranging from the rocks and metal rubble. A heavy shell clipped his shoulder guard, spinning him around, but Loken shrugged off the impact and charged on. The roaring tide of Astartes warriors climbed the breach, the last rays of the morning sun glinting from the brilliant green of their armor. To see so many warriors in battle was magnificent, an unstoppable wave of death that would sweep away all resistance in a storm of gunfire and blades. All tactics were moot now. The sight of Angron's fall robbing each and every warrior of any sense of restraint. Loken could see the gleaming silver armor of Brotherhood warriors as they climbed to what was left of the breach, dragging bipod-mounted heavy weapons with them.
"Bolters!"
he shouted.
"Open fire!"
The crest of the breach vanished as a spray of bolter rounds impacted. Sparks and chunks of flesh flew as Astartes rounds found homes in flesh, and though many were firing from the hip, most were deadly accurate. The noise was incredible. Hundreds of bolter rounds ripping enemy warriors to shreds and skirling wolf howls ringing in his ears as the Astartes swept over the breach and reverted once again to the persona of the lunar wolves. Loken threw aside his bolter, the magazine empty, and drew his chainsword, thumbing the activation stud as he vaulted the smoking rocks that had crushed Angron and the World Eaters. Beyond the walls of the Iron Citadel was a wide esplanade, its surface strewn with gun positions and coils of razor wire. A shell-battered keep was built into the mountainside, but its gates were in pieces, and black smoke poured from its gun ports. Brotherhood warriors were streaming back from the ruin of the walls towards these prepared positions, but they had horribly misjudged the timing of their fallback. The sons of Horus were already amongst them, hacking them down with brutal arcs of chain blades or gunning them down as they fled. Loken tore his way through a knot of Brotherhood warriors who turned to fight, killing 3 of them in as many strokes of his sword, and backhanding his elbow into the last opponent's head, smashing his skull to splinters. All was pandemonium, as the sons of Horus ran amok within the precincts of the Iron Citadel, its defenders slaughtered in frantic moments of unimaginable violence. Loken killed and killed, reveling in the shedding of enemy blood and realizing that, with this victory, the war would be over. With that thought, the cold reality of what was happening penetrated the red fog of his rage. They had won, and already he could see the victory turning into a massacre.
Gavial!
A desperate voice called over the suit box.
Gavial! Can you hear me?
"Loud and clear, Tarek,"
answered Loken.
We have to stop this, cried Targadin. We've won. It's over. Get hold of your company.
Understood, said Loken, pleased that Targadin had realized the same thing as he had. Soon the Intersuit Vox network was alive with barked orders to halt the attack that quickly passed down through the chain of command. By the time the echoes of battle were finally stilled, Loken could see that the Astartes had just barely managed to hold themselves from plunging into an abyss of barbarity, out of which they might never have climbed. Blood, bodies, and the stink of battle filled the day. And as Loken looked up into the beautifully clear sky, he could see that the sun was almost at its zenith. The final storm of the Iron Citadel had taken less than an hour, yet had cost the lives of a Primarch, hundreds of the World Eaters, thousands of the Brotherhood, and the Emperor alone knew how many sons of Horus. The mass slaughter seemed such a terrible waste of life for what was a paltry prize. Ruined cities, a battered and hostile populace, and a world that was sure to rebel as soon as it had the chance. Was this world's compliance worth such bloodshed? The majority of Brotherhood warriors had died in those last enraged minutes, but many more were prisoners of the Sons of Horus rather than their victims. Loken removed his helmet and gulped in a lungful of the clear air, his crispness tasting like the sweetest wine after the recycled air of his armor. He made his way through the wreckage of battle, the torn remnants of enemy warriors strewn like offal throughout the esplanade. He found Targadin on his knees, also with his helmet off and breathing deeply. His friend looked up as Loken approached and smiled weakly.
Well, we did it.
Yes, agreed Loken sadly, looking around at the crimson spoils of victory.
We did, didn't we?
Loken had killed thousands of enemies before, and he would kill thousands more in wars yet to be fought. But something in the savagery of this battle had soured his notion of triumph. The two captains turned as they heard the tramp of booted feet behind them, seeing the lead battalions of the Byzant Janizars finally climbing into the citadel. Loken could see the horror on the soldiers' faces, and knew that the glory of the Astartes would be tarnished for every man who set foot inside.
Varus is here,
said Loken.
Oh, just in time, eh?
Said Targadin.
This'll sweeten his mood towards us.
Loken nodded and simply watched as the richly appointed command units of the Byzant Janizars entered the citadel, their tall blue banners snapping in the wind, and brilliantly decorated officers scanning the battlefield. Hector Varus stood at the crest of the breach and surveyed the scene of carnage, his horrified expression easy to read even from a distance. Loken felt his resentment towards Varus swell as he thought.
This is what we were created for. What else did you expect?
Looks like their leaders are here to surrender to Varus,
said Targadin, pointing to a long column of beaten men and women marching from the smoking ruins of the inner keep, red and silver banners carried before them. 100 warriors in battered plate armor marched with them, their long-barreled weapons shouldered and pointed at the ground. Robed Magos and helmeted officers led the column, their faces downcast and resigned to their capitulation. With the storm of the esplanade, the citadel was lost, and the leaders of the Brotherhood knew it.
Come on,
said Loken.
This is history. Since there are no remembrances here, we might as well be a part of this.
Yeah, agreed Targadin, pushing himself to his feet. The two captains drew parallel with the column of the beaten Brotherhood warriors, and soon every one of the sons of Horus who had survived the escalade surrounded them. Loken watched Varus climb down the rearward slope of the breach and make his way towards the leaders of the Oretian technocracy. He bowed formally and said, "My name is Lord Commander Hector Varus. commander of the Emperor's armies in the 63rd Expedition. To whom do I have the honor of addressing? An elderly warrior in gold plate armor stepped from the ranks of men, his black and silver heraldry carried on a personal banner pole by a young lad of no more than 16 years.
I am Ephraim Gardia, he said, Senior Preceptor of the Brotherhood Chapter Command and Castellan of the Iron Citadel.
Loken could see the tension on Gardia's face, and knew that it was taking the commander all of his self-control to remain calm in the face of the massacre he had just witnessed.
Tell me,
said Gardia,
is this how all wars are waged in your Imperium?
War is a harsh master, Senior Preceptor, answered Vivarus. Blood is spilled and lives are lost. I feel the sorrow of your losses, but excessive grief for the dead is madness. It is an injury to the living, and the dead know it not.
Spoken like a tyrant and a killer,
snarled Gardia, and Vivarus bristled with anger at his defeated foe's lack of etiquette. Given time, you will see that war is not what the Imperium stands for, promised Vivarus. The Emperor's Great Crusade is designed to bring reason and illumination to the lost strands of mankind. I promise you that this unpleasantness will soon be forgotten as we go forward into a new age of peace. Gardia shook his head and reached into a pouch at his side.
I think you're wrong. You've beaten us. My opinion means nothing anymore.
He unrolled a sheet of parchment and said,
I shall read our declaration to you, Vivarus. All my officers have signed it, and it will stand as a testament to our attempts to defy you.
Clearing his throat, Gardia began to read.
We fought your treacherous war master to preserve our way of life and to resist the yoke of imperial rule. It was, in truth, not for glory, nor riches, nor for honor that we fought, but for freedom, which no honest man could ever wish to give up. However, the greatest of our warriors could not stand before the savagery of your war, and rather than see our culture exterminated, we surrender this citadel and our worlds to you. May you rule in peace more kindly than you make war.
Before Vivarus could react to the Senior Preceptor's declaration, the rubble behind him shifted and groaned, cracks splitting the rock and metal as something vast and terrible heaved upwards from beneath the ground. Mommy boy, thank you for the follow. Your room looks really amazing. Thank you very much. Cheers. Glad you like it. And welcome to the channel, Mommy boy. Big love. At first, Loken thought that it was the second seismic charge he had feared. But then he saw these tremors were far more localized. Janizars scattered, and men shouted in alarm as more debris clattered from the breach. Loken gripped the hilt of his sword as he saw many of the Brotherhood warriors reach for their weapons. Then the breach exploded, with a grinding crack of ruptured stone, and something immense and red erupted from the ground with a bestial roar of hate and bloodlust. Soldiers fell away from the red giant, hurled aside by the violence of his sudden appearance. Angron towered over them, bloody and enraged, and Loken marveled that he could still be alive after thousands of tons of rock had engulfed him. But Angron was a Primarch, and what, save for an anatheme, could lay one such as him low?
Blood for Horus,
shouted Angron, and leapt from the breach. The Primarch landed with a thunderous impact that split the stone beneath him, his chain glaive sweeping out and cleaving the entire front rank of Brotherhood warriors to bloody ruin. A frame guardian died in the first seconds of Angron's attack, his body cloven through the chest with a single blow. Angron howled in battle lust just as he hacked his way through the Brotherhood with great, disemboweling sweeps of his monstrous roaring weapon. The madness of his slaughter was terrifying, but the warriors of the Brotherhood were not about to die without a fight. Loken shouted, "No! Stop!" But it was already too late. The remainder of the Brotherhood shouldered their weapons and began firing on the Sons of Horus and the rampaging Primarch. "Open fire!" shouted Loken, knowing he had no choice. Gunfire tore through the ranks of the Brotherhood, the point-blank firefight a lethal firestorm of explosive bolter rounds. The noise was deafening and horrifyingly brief as the Brotherhood were mercilessly gunned down by the Astartes or hacked apart by Angron. Within seconds it was over, and the last remnants of the Brotherhood were no more. Desperate cries for medics sounded from the command units of the Janizars, and Loken saw a group of bloody soldiers on their knees around a fallen officer, his cream greatcoat drenched in blood. The gold of his medals gleamed in the cold midday light, and as one of the kneeling soldiers shifted position, Loken realized the identity of the fallen man. Hector Vavarus lay in a spreading pool of blood, and even from a distance, Loken could see that there would be no saving him. The man's body had been ripped open from the inside, the gleaming ends of splintered ribs jutting from his chest where it was clear a bolt around had detonated within him. Loken wept to see this fragile piece broken, and dropped his sword in disgust at what had happened and what he had been forced to do. With Angron's senseless attack, the lives of his warriors had been threatened, and he'd had no other choice but to order the attack. Still, he regretted it. The Brotherhood had been honourable foes, and the Sons of Horus had butchered them like cattle. Angron stood in the midst of the carnage, his glaive spraying the warriors nearest him with spatters of blood from the roaring chainblade. The Sons of Horus cheered in praise of the World Eater's Primarch, but Loken felt soul sick at such a barbaric sight.
"There was no way for warriors to die,"
said Targadon.
"They're deaths. Shame us all."
Loken didn't answer. He couldn't. The end of that chapter. We're almost there. Final chapter. Yeah, Mummy Boy, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. Big love. And thank you for saying my room looks nice. It's alright, innit? Got me little patterns on the wall. Got me little Queechy sign. You know what I mean? We've got, there they are. Got Steven Seagal and Blue Jay sat on that little desk over there. So what do you think of that then? Cecil says, Jesus Christ, that was fucked. Yeah. Angron. Angron, though. It's Angron, dude. What are you gonna do? That's just what he's like. It is, though. It is, though. That's just what he's like. Like, it's just like, and basically everything's getting killed. Heggy, when we're getting some Blue Jay merch. Got loads of t-shirt designs and shit that you haven't seen yet. Got some cool shit. Yeah, so what do you think of that then? I want to know whether you noticed anything happened there. I mean, aside from the obvious that what happened. like who was sent in, like who it was that they sent. Do you know what I mean? Into that. Like, think about the officers that were just sent into that area, on that mission. Jesky's fella Angron literally is the 40k version of Leroy Jenkins. Yeah, basically. So Loken, Torgadon, and Vivarus all got sent into that. Owen, yeah. They tried to kill everyone they needed rid of in one fell swoop, yeah. That's what I'm thinking. Because that's everyone they have an issue with. Because Torgadon told them to go fuck themselves. They need to get rid of Loken so that they can take out Carcasi. And they need to get rid of Vivarus. Because he wants to punish the Astartes for that massacre. Fucking bad, man. Like, it's bad. It's bad news. And Vivarus is gone now. And did you notice what it said about Vivarus's death? Did you notice what it said about Vivarus's death? He'd been killed with a bolt round. And the Brotherhood weren't using bolters. That's Space Marine tech. So he got shot by a Space Marine. So some Astartes shot him during all that shit. While that was all kicking off, a Space Marine has shot him because he's been killed by a bolter round. Because bolter rounds, it's a bullet that has a high explosive in it. So once the bullet penetrates, after it penetrates, it explodes from like when it's inside the target. He'd been shot by a Space Marine. So someone in fucking Loken or Torgadon's company did that. So now they can't even fucking... Now they can't even trust their own fucking people. their own company of Space Marines. Because one of them did that. And the only Space Marines that were there were Torgadon's Space Marines and Loken's Space Marines. So who the fuck did that? So someone in their own company did that. And it definitely fucking on Horus's orders. And what did Angron shout when he came out of the fucking floor? Jacker, I'm confused. Where is Erebus now? Who the fuck knows? Who knows? Who the fuck knows where Erebus is? Last time we saw him was in that lodge meeting when Torgadon told them all to fuck themselves. When they all basically said, yeah, we're gonna throw Loken under the bus. And Torgadon was like, you can fuck right off. That was the last time we saw Erebus. So he might still be on the fucking vengeful spirit with his fucking tongue up Horus's ass. Who the fuck knows? He's a fucking law unto himself, isn't he, at this point? Phoenix, pretty much a plasma version of a dum-dum bullet. No, they're not. They're not plasma rounds in bolt guns. They're like actual munitions. kind of like, imagine like a massive bullet. That's a grenade. Imagine. And they're also, I'm pretty sure bolt rounds are like rocket propelled as well. I'm pretty sure they're rocket propelled as well. And the massive bullets as well, because bolters are fucking huge. You've got to think of how big a fucking Space Marine is. In fact, let's find out what caliber it is. What is a Space Marine bolter? 75 caliber bolt. Some sources suggest it might be self-propelled or caseless ammunition. The standard bolt round is generally accepted to be a .75 caliber. Yeah, they're no fucking joke. Like, they're fucking so sick. I made a bolter for Scarlet out of cardboard like years ago. Made one out of cardboard for Scarlet years ago because she wanted to go to they had like a fancy dress day in school, and she wanted to go as a Sister of Battle, so I made her a full suit of Sister of Battle power armor, and I made her a bolter out of cardboard. Literally made it out of a cardboard box. How fucking sick is that? Fucking mad, that, innit? Literally a cardboard, out of cardboard. All 100% cardboard. I just have it on my wall now. Loki messes. Ugh. .25mm grenade round as a standard issue rifle is insane. Yeah, standard issue as well. And then you have things called heavy bolters, which are like even fucking bigger. They're massive. And they're like chain fed. As a heavy bolter, they're fucking huge. With way bigger like ammunition. And then you've got storm bolters, which is basically like a double barreled bolter. That like fires alternately. So it's just like it's just like a stream of bolt rounds. Like, fucking wild. So sick. Well, yeah. To me, that all points. Everything that just happened, all points to them trying to eliminate all three of them at once. Loken, Torgadon, and Vivarus. And Vivarus got eliminated. So. Googling how to build a heavy bolt. You should see what they look like. They're fucking ridiculous. But we're here now. We're at the final chapter. Final chapter of the book. How many pages we got left? We're on 393. And the last page is 406. I might try and I can't print it in that because it's resin. But I might get like a different type of 3D printer and try and print off like a fucking full-size bolter. Be fucking well funny. Right, should we get this last chapter done? If we get this chapter done in like half an hour, we can have a proper chat about it. Because I need to finish this stream at 10, so. But if we finish this, then we can have like a proper debrief. Post-book debrief. Right. The final chapter. Chapter 21. Illumination. Dano on YouTube. Not sure how you got here. Well, you're here now, though. So get comfy. Stay a while. Do you know what I'm saying? Dano, are you from Lancashire? I'm from Manchester. It's not quite. I'm like from South Manchester. So it's just where Manchester becomes Cheshire. But I'm Northwest, yeah. Northwest, mate. Do you know what I mean? Some of that Northwestern steel. Do you know what I'm saying? Hard as bricks around here, mate. From Stockport. Like South Manchester, basically. Dano is from Wigan. Wigan! Is Wigan Lancashire or Cheshire? I know it's Northwest. Wigan's like in between Manchester and Liverpool, innit? Liverpool. But welcome to the channel, Dano. You've caught us right at the final chapter of False Gods. But yeah, I'm from the northwest of England. That's why most of my Space Marines have northwestern accents. I'm doing voices. Apart from targeting. He's from Leeds. Lancashire. Wigan's Lancashire. Yeah, you must be a bit more north than me then. Northern Soul. Dano, if you want to join our Discord. Oh, I don't know whether you can see that link. It's on the chat in the fucking... on the screen. Or swing over to Twitch and you can get the link there in the chat. But yeah, join our Discord if you want. Plenty of northern lads and lasses in there. Right, let's get this fucking chapter read. Chaka. Slam King is the Sean Bean of Manchester. You bastard. You bastard, Chaka. Awesome. Nice one. Yeah, join us. Join us in our Discord, Dano. Do it for Yorkshire. Right. Let's crack on. Chapter 21. Illumination. With the fall of the Iron Citadel, the war on Arraius was over. The Brotherhood was destroyed as a fighting force, and though there were still pockets of resistance to be mopped up, the fighting was as good as over. Casualties on both sides had been high, most especially in the army units of the expedition. Hector Vivarus was brought back to the fleet with due reverence, and his body returned to space in a ceremony attended by the highest-ranking officers of the expeditions. The War Master himself spoke the Lord Commander's eulogy, the passion and depths of his sorrow plain to see.
Heroism is not only in the man, but in the occasion,
the War Master had said to the Lord Commander Vivarus.
It is only when we look now and see his success that men will say it was good fortune. It was not. We lost thousands of our best warriors that day, and I feel the loss of every one. Hector Vivarus was a leader who knew that to march with the gods, one must wait until he hears their footsteps sounding through events, and then leap up and grasp the hem of their robes. Vivarus is gone from us, but he would not want us to pause in mourning, for history is a relentless master. It has no present, only the past rushing into the future. To try to hold fast to it is to be swept aside, and that, my friends, will never happen. Not while I am War Master. Those men who fought and bled with Vivarus shall have this world to stand sentinel over, so that his sacrifice will never be forgotten.
Other speakers had said their farewells to the Lord Commander, but none with the War Master's eloquence. True to his word, Horus ensured that army units that had been loyal to Vivarus were appointed to minister the worlds he had died to make compliant. A new Imperial commander was installed, and the martial power of the fleet began the time-consuming progress of regrouping in preparation for the next stage of the crusade. Carcase's billet stank of ink and printing fumes. The crude, mechanical bulk printer working overtime to print enough copies of the latest edition of The Truth Is All We Have. Though his output had been less prolific as of late, the Bondsman No. 7 box was nearly empty. Ignace Carcase remembered wondering a lifetime ago, it seemed, whether or not the lifespan of his creativity could be measured in the quantity of paper he had left to fill. Such thought seemed meaningless, given the powerful desire to write that was upon him these days. He sat on the edge of his cot bed, the last remaining place for him to sit, penning the latest scurrilous piece of verse for his pamphlet and humming contentedly to himself. Papers filled the billet, strewn across the floor, tacked upon the walls or piled on any surface flat enough to hold them. Scribbled notes, abandoned odes and half-finished poems filled the space, but such was the fecundity of his muse that he didn't expect to exhaust it anytime soon. He'd heard that the war with the Oratians was over, the final citadel having fallen to the sons of Horus a couple of days ago in what the ship scuttlebutt was already calling the White Mountains Massacre. He didn't yet know the full story, but several sources he'd cultivated over the 10 months of the war would surely garner him some juicy tidbits. He heard a curt knock on his door shutter and shouted, "Come in!" Carcase kept on writing as the shutter opened, too focused on his words to waste a single second of his time.
Yes,
He said.
what can I do for you?
No answer was forthcoming, so Carcase looked up in irritation to see an armoured warrior standing mutely before him. At first, Carcase felt a thrill of panic, seeing the man's longsword and the hard metallic gleam of a holstered pistol. But he relaxed as he saw the man was Petronella Vivar's bodyguard, Magad, or something like that.
Well,
He asked again.
was there something you wanted?
Magad said nothing, and Carcase remembered that the man was mute, thinking it foolish that anyone would send someone who couldn't speak as a messenger.
Well, I can't help you unless you tell me why you're here,
said Carcase, speaking slowly to ensure that the man understood. In response, Magad removed a folded piece of paper from his belt and held it out with his left hand. The warrior made no attempt to move closer to him. So with a resigned sigh, Carcasi put aside the bondsman and pushed his bulky frame from the bed. Carcasi picked his way through the piles of notebooks and took the proffered paper. It was a sepia-coloured papyrus, as was produced in the Egyptian spires, with cross-hatched patterning throughout. A little gaudy for his tastes, but obviously expensive.
So, who might this be from?
Asked Carcasi, before again remembering that his messenger couldn't speak. He shook his head with an indulgent smile, unfolded the papyrus and cast his eyes over the note's contents. He frowned as he recognized the words as lines from his own poetry, dark imagery and potent symbolism, but they were all out of sequence, plucked from a dozen different works. Carcasi reached the end of the note, and his bladder emptied in terror as he realized the import of the message and its bearer's purpose. Petronella paced the confines of her stateroom, impatient to begin transcribing the latest thoughts of her bodyguard. The time Magad had spent with the Astartes had been most fruitful, and she had already learned much that would otherwise have been hidden from her. Now a structure suggested itself, a tragic tale told in reverse order that opened on the Primarch's deathbed, with a triumphal coda that spoke of his survival and the glories yet to come. After all, she didn't want to confine herself to only one book. She even had a prospective title, one that she felt conveyed the correct gravitas of her subject matter, yet also included her in its meaning. Petronella would call this masterpiece In the Footsteps of Gods, and had already taken its first line, that most important part of the tale where her reader was either hooked or left cold, from her own terrified thoughts at the moment of the War Master's collapse. I was there the day that Horus fell. It had all the right tonal qualities, leaving the reader in no doubt that they were about to read something profound, yet keeping the end of the story a jealously guarded secret. Everything was coming together, but Magad was late in returning from his latest foray into the world of the Astartes, and her patience was wearing thin. She had already reduced Babeth to tears in her impatient frustration, and had banished her maidservant to the tiny chamber that served as her sleeping quarters. She heard the sound of the door to her stateroom opening in the receiving room, and marched straight through to reprimand Magad for his tardiness. "What time do you call—" she began. But the words trailed off as she saw that the figure standing before her wasn't Magad. It was the War Master. He was dressed in simple robes and looked more magnificent than she could ever remember seeing him. A fierce anima surrounded him, and she found herself unable to speak as he looked up, the full force of his personality striking her. Standing at the door behind him was the hulking form of First Captain Abaddon. Horus looked up as she entered, and nodded to Abaddon, who closed the door at his back.
Miss Vivar,
said the War Master. It took an effort of will on Petronella's part for her to find her voice. Yes, my lord, she stammered, horrified at the mess of her stateroom and that the War Master should see it so untidy. She must remember to punish Babeth for neglecting her duties. That is, I wasn't expecting... Horus held up his hand to soothe.
I know I have been neglectful of you,
said the War Master.
You have been privy to my innermost thoughts, and I allowed the concerns of the war against the technocracy to command my attention.
My lord, I never dreamed you gave me such consideration, said Petronella.
You would be surprised, smiled Horus. Your writing goes well?
Very well, my lord, said Petronella. I've been prolific since we last met.
May I see? Asked Horus.
Of course, she said, thrilled that he should take an interest in her work. She had to force herself to walk, not run, into a writing room, indicating the papers stacked on her escritoire. It's all a bit of a jumble, but everything I've written is here, beamed Petronella. I would be honoured if you would critique my work. After all, who is more qualified?
Quite, agreed Horus,
following her to the escritoire and taking up her most recent output. His eyes scanned the pages, reading and digesting the contents quicker than any mortal man ever could. She searched his face for any reaction to her words, but he was as unreadable as a statue, and she began to worry that he disapproved. Eventually, he placed the papers back on the escritoire and said,
It is very good. You are a talented documentarist.
Thank you, my lord, she gasped, the power of his praise like tonic in her veins.
Yes, said Horus, his voice cold. It's almost a shame that no one will ever read it.
Magad reached up and grabbed the front of Carcasi's robe, spinning him around and hooking his arm around the poet's neck. Carcasi struggled in the powerful grip, helpless against Magad's superior strength.
Please.
He gasped, his terror making his voice shrill.
No. Please. Don't.
Magad said nothing, and Carcasi heard the snap of leather as the warrior's free hand popped the stud on his holster. Carcasi fought, but he could do nothing. The crushing force of Magad's arm around his neck robbing him of breath and blurring his vision. Carcasi wept bitter tears as time slowed. He heard the slow rasp of the pistol sliding from its holster and the harsh click as the hammer was drawn back. He bit his tongue. Bloody foam gathered in the corners of his mouth. Snot and tears mingled on his face. His legs scrabbled on the floor. Papers flew in all directions. Cold steel pressed into his neck. The barrel of Magad's pistol jammed tight under his jaw. Carcasi smelled the gun oil. He wished. The hard bang of the pistol shot echoed deafeningly in the cramped billet. At first, Petronella wasn't sure she'd understood what the War Master meant. Why wouldn't people be able to read her work? And then she saw the cold, merciless light in Horus's eyes. My lord, I'm not sure I understand you, she said, haltingly.
Yes, you do.
No, she whispered, backing away from him. The War Master followed her, his steps slow and measured.
When we spoke in the Apothecarion, I let you look inside Pandora's box, Miss Vivar. And for that, I am truly sorry. Only one person has a need to know the things in my head. And that person is me. The things I have seen and done. The things I am going to do.
Please, please, my lord, said Petronella, backing out of her writing room and into the receiving room. If you are unhappy with what I've written, it can be revised, edited. I'll give you approval on anything, of course. Horus shook his head, drawing closer to her with every step. Petronella felt her eyes fill with tears, and she knew that this couldn't be happening. The War Master would not be trying to scare her. They must be playing some cruel joke on her. The idea of the Astartes making a fool of her stung Petronella's wounded pride, and the part of her that had snapped angrily at the War Master upon their first meeting rose to the surface. I am the Palatina Majoria of House Carpenas, and I demand that you respect that, she cried, standing firm before the War Master. You can't scare me like this.
I'm not trying to scare you, said Horus, reaching out to hold her by the shoulders.
You're not? Asked Petronella, his words filling her with relief. She'd known that this couldn't be right, that there had to be some mistake.
No,
said Horus, his hands sliding towards her neck.
I am illuminating you.
Her neck broke with one swift snap of his wrist. The Medicae cell was cramped, but clean and well maintained. Mercedes Ollerton sat by the bed and wept softly to herself, tears running freely down her cold, dark skin. Kirill Sinderman sat with her, and he too shed tears as he held the hand of the bed's occupant. Euphrates Keeler lay, unmoving, her skin pale and smooth, with a sheen to it that made it look like polished ceramic. Since she had faced the horror in Archive Chamber 3, she had lain unmoving and unresponsive in this Medicae bay. Sinderman had told Mercedes what had happened, and she found herself torn between wanting to believe him and calling him delusional. His talk of a demon and of Euphrates standing before it with the power of the Emperor pouring through her was too fantastical to be true, wasn't it? She wondered if he'd told anyone else of it. The apothecaries and medics could find nothing physically wrong with Euphrates Keeler, save for the eagle-shaped burn on her hand that refused to fade. Her vital signs were stable, and her brainwave activity registered normal. No one could explain it, and no one had any idea how to wake her from this coma-like state. Mercedes came to visit Euphrates as often as she could. But she knew that Sinderman came every day, spending several hours at a time with her. Sometimes they would sit together talking to Euphrates, telling her of the events happening on the planets below, the battles that had been fought, or simply passing on ship gossip. Nothing seemed to reach the Imagist, and Mercedes sometimes wondered if it might not be a kindness to let her die. What could be worse for a person like Euphrates than being trapped by her own flesh, with no ability to reason, to communicate or express herself? She and Sinderman had arrived together today, and instantly each knew that the other had been crying. The news of Ignace Carcase's suicide had hit them all hard, and Mercedes still couldn't believe how he could have done such a thing. A suicide note had been found in his billet, which was said to have been composed in verse. It spoke volumes of Ignace's enormous conceit that he had made his last goodbye in his own poetry. They had wept for another lost soul, and then they sat on either side of Euphrates' bed, holding each other's and Keeler's hands as they spoke of better times. Both turned as they heard a soft knock behind them. A thin-faced man wearing the uniform of the Legio Mortis and an earnest face stood framed in the doorway. Behind him, Mercedes could see that the corridor was filled with people.
Is it all right if I come in?
He asked. Mercedes Ollerton said. Who are you?
My name's Titus Cassar, Moderati Primus of the Diocese Ray. I've come to see the Saint.
They met in the observation deck. The lighting kept low in the darkness of space, leavened only by the reflected glare of the planets they had just conquered. Loken stood with his palm against the armored viewing bay, believing that something fundamental had happened to the sons of Horus on Aureus, but not knowing what. Torgadon joined him moments later, and Loken welcomed him with a brotherly embrace, grateful to have such a loyal comrade. They stood in silence for some time, each lost in thought as they watched the defeated planets turn in space below them. The preparations for departure were virtually complete, and the fleet was ready to move on, though neither warrior had any idea of where they were going. Eventually, Torgadon broke the silence.
So, what do we do?
I don't know, Tarek.
Replied Loken.
I really don't.
Well,
I thought not, said Torgadon, holding up a glass test tube with something in it that reflected soft light with a golden gleam.
this won't help then.
What is it?
Asked Loken.
These,
said Torgadon,
are the bolt round fragments removed from Hector Vivarus.
Bolt round fragments? Why do you have them?
Because they're ours.
What do you mean?
I mean, they're ours,
repeated Torgadon.
The bolt that killed the Lord Commander came from an Astartes bolter, not from one of the Brotherhood's guns.
Loken shook his head.
Nah. There must be some mistake.
No mistake. Apothecary Vadon tested the fragments himself. They're ours. No question.
You think Vivarus caught us straight round?
Torgadon shook his head.
Wound was dead center, Garvey. It was an aimed shot.
Loken and Torgadon both understood the implications, and Loken felt his melancholy rise at the thought of Varvarus had been murdered by one of their own. Jamim19, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Massive love. Thank you. Neither spoke for a long moment. Then Loken said,
In the wake of such deceit and destruction, shall we despair? Or is faith and honor the spur to action?
What's that?
asked Torgadon.
It's part of a speech I read in a book that Cyril Kinderman gave me.
Said Loken.
Seemed appropriate given where we find ourselves now.
Well, that's true enough,
agreed Torgadon.
What are we becoming, Tarek?
Asked Loken.
I don't recognize our Legion anymore. When did it change?
Moment we encountered the technocracy.
No,
said Loken.
I think it was on Davin. Nothing's been the same since then. Something happened to the Sons of Horus there. Something vile, dark and evil.
You realize what you're saying?
I do,
replied Loken.
I'm saying that we have to uphold the truth of the Imperium of mankind, no matter what evil may assail it.
Targadin nodded.
The Mournival Oath.
Evil has found its way into our Legion, Tarek. And it's up to us to cut it out. Are you with me?
Asked Loken.
Always,
said Targadin, and the two warriors shook hands in the old Terran way. Fucking love Targadin. Absolute boy. Targadin, the best. Jamim19, thanks from Ireland. Your voice is exactly like it's from one of the official audiobooks. You have a massive voice range. Thank you so much. Cheers. I appreciate that, Jamim. Thank you. That's really nice of you to say. I'm glad you like it. Cecil says, Torg's a real one. I love him. Yeah. Torg's the boy, man. Torg is the boy. Torg is the boy. Torgadon for fucking president, dude. Do you know what I mean? Snow, Targadin, and Loken are the best. They're the best. Fucking love Targadin. He's like the best friend you could have. Do you know what I mean? He's like my Steam Horus. If I was Loken, Targadin would be my Steam Horus. Do you know what I mean? Always got your back, no matter what. Jackal loves Loken so much. Loken's the boy, man. Loken's top. Gore Crusher, how you doing, man? Eggy, big talk sorting it out. He is though, isn't he? He is. What have you missed? Ho 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 ho. You know what I mean? Fake back. Gore Crusher, what have you missed? Cecil, do you want to fill Gore Crusher in on what he's missed? We're literally right at the end. We've got like 1 page, 2 pages left. We've got 2 pages left. Horus is killing everyone. Jam him, subscribing on YouTube. Thank you so much. Huge love. Thank you so much. Yeah, loads of people are dead. Carcasy's fucking dead. Petronella Vivar of House Carpenis. She was personally snuffed by Horus. Horus personally killed her, murdered her. It's all gone to shit. Vivarus is dead. Horus is taking everyone out, man. Just Loken and Torg against the world. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I'm saying? The end of House Carpenis. Horus squeezed that Carpenis so much he broke it. You know what I mean? Everyone's dead. Right. Let's read the very last bit now. Just have a swig. A swig. We'll just have a swig of me vape. Don't want to drink it. Fuck no. Right. Let's box this motherfucker off. Wet me whistle. Ha ha ha! The War Master's sanctum was dimly lit. The cold glow of the bridge instruments, the only source of illumination. The room was full. The core of the War Master's officers and commanders gathered around the table. The War Master sat at his customary place at the head of the table while Aximand and Abaddon stood behind him, their presence a potent reminder of his authority. Malagurst, Regulus, Erebus, Princeps Tournay of the Legio Mortis, and various other hand-picked army commanders filled out the rest of the gathering. Satisfied that everyone who needed to be there had arrived, Horus leaned forward and began to speak.
My friends, we begin the next phase of our campaign amongst the stars soon, and I know you're all curious as to where we travel next. I will tell you, but before I do, I need every one of you to be aware of the magnitude of the task before us.
He could see he had everyone's attention, and continued.
I am going to topple the Emperor from his throne on Terra and take his place as the master of mankind.
The enormity of his words was not lost on the assembled warriors, and he gave them a few minutes to savor their weight, enjoying the look of alarm that crossed each man's face.
Be not afraid. You are amongst friends,
chuckled Horus.
I have spoken to you all individually over the course of the war with the technocracy. But this is the first time you have been gathered, and I have openly spoken of our destiny. You shall be my war council, those to whom I entrust the furthering of my plan.
Horus rose from his seat, continuing to speak as he circled the table.
Take a moment and look at the face of the man sitting next to you. In the coming fight, he will be your brother. For all others will turn from us when we make our intentions plain. Brother will fight brother, and the fate of the galaxy will be the ultimate prize. We will face accusations of heresy and cries of treason, but they will fall from us because we are right. Make no mistake about that. We are right, and the Emperor is wrong. He has sorely misjudged me if he thinks I will stand by while he abandons his realm in his quest for godhood, and leaves us amid the destruction of his rampant ambition. The Emperor commands the loyalty of the millions of soldiers and hundreds of thousands of Astartes warriors. His battle fleets reach across the stars from one side of the galaxy to the other. The 63rd expedition cannot hope to match such numbers or resources. You all know this to be the case. But even so, we have the advantage.
What advantage is that?
Asked Malagurst. Exactly on cue.
We have the advantage of surprise. No one yet suspects us of having learned the Emperor's true plan, and in that lies our greatest weapon.
But what of Magnus?
Asked Malagurst urgently.
What happens when Lehman Ross returns him to Terra?
Horus smiled.
Calm yourself, Mal. I have already contacted my brother Russ and illuminated him with the full breadth of Magnus's treacherous use of demonic spells and conjurations. He was suitably angry, and I believe I have convinced him that to return Magnus to Terra would be a waste of time and effort.
Malagurst returned Horus's smile.
Magnus will not leave Prospero alive.
No, agreed Horus. He will not.
What of the other legions?
Asked Regulus.
They will not sit idly by while we make war upon the Emperor. How do you suppose we should negate them?
Ah. A worthy question, Adept,
said Horus, circling the table to stand at his shoulder.
We are not without allies ourselves. Fulgrim is with us, and he now goes to win Ferrus Manus of the Iron Hands over to our cause. Lorgar, too, understands the necessity of what must be done, and both bring the full might of their legions to my banner.
That still leaves many others,
pointed out Erebus.
Indeed, it does, Chaplain. But with your help, others may join us. Under the guise of the Chaplain Edict, we will send emissaries to each of the legions to promulgate the formation of warrior lodges within them. From small beginnings, we may win many to our cause.
That will take time,
said Erebus. Horus nodded.
Yes, it will. But it will be worth it in the long term. In the meantime, I have dispatched mobilization orders to those legions I do not believe we can sway. The Ultramarines will muster at Calth to be attacked by Corferon of the Word-Bearers, and the Blood Angels have been sent to the Cygnus Cluster, where Sanguinius shall be mired in blood. Then we make a swift, decisive stroke on Terra.
That still leaves other legions,
said Regulus.
I know,
answered Horus.
But I have a plan that will remove them as a threat to us once and for all. I will lure them into a trap from which none will escape. I will set the Emperor's Imperium ablaze, and from the ashes I will arise the new master of mankind.
And where will you set this trap?
Asked Malagurst.
A place not far from here,
said Horus.
The Istvan system.
Book 2 done. So, what do y'all think of that then? What do y'all think of that? What are we thinking? So he said it now. He said it. He said it. A lot of you were thinking it. He said it out loud. He said exactly what his intention is. Exactly what he wants to do. He wants to kill the Emperor, his father, and take his place as the Emperor of mankind. He did. Fake Bark, he said the quiet part loud. You were all thinking it. But now it's like... I mean, only them in that room know. And obviously Fulgrim, who's not in that room. And Lorgar. But... he said it out loud now to his own people that he knows are on his side. So now we know his intentions. Loken and Targadon have no idea. And they're stuck right in the middle of it. So, I mean... what's going to happen to Loken and Targadon? They're stuck right in the middle of it. They're on the same ship. That all this shit is happening. So Horus has said that he got in contact with his brother, Leman Russ, who's the Primarch of the Space Wolves, who is the Primarch that the Emperor has sent to bring Magnus to him. The Emperor said, go and get Magnus and bring him to me, because I need to talk to him. Right? And Horus has managed to intercept Leman Russ and say, no, Magnus has been using all kinds of dangerous sorceries and magics, like, you should just kill him. Kill him. That's what the Emperor would want. And Leman Russ isn't gonna argue with Horus, is he? Because Horus is the War Master. As far as Leman Russ is concerned, Horus is War Master, and Horus is the proxy of their father. What he says goes. So Leman Russ is just like, right, okay, well, if that's what the Emperor wants, then that's what I'll have to do. I'll have to go and kill my brother. I'll have to go and kill Magnus. And why would Horus do that? Why would Horus want Magnus dead? Because Magnus knows. Because Magnus was there in the warp. And Magnus saw. Magnus fucking knows. That's the only reason that Horus would want him dead. Because of how powerful Magnus is. You'd want him on your side, wouldn't you? Magnus knows, and Horus knows that Magnus knows. So Horus has lied to Leman Russ and told him, no, the Emperor want you to kill him. Not bring him back. Because he doesn't want Magnus getting to the Emperor. Because Magnus will just tell him. Magnus will just tell the Emperor what he knows about Horus. Horus has killed Petronella Vivar. Snapped her neck. Horus has had Ignis Carcasi killed. Horus has had fucking Vivarus killed. And he definitely tried to have Loken and Targadon killed. Because why would you send them? Why would you only send them to that mission? He's also told the Ultramarines, because he knows that he won't be able to turn them. So he sent the Ultramarines into an ambush where the word bearers will attack the Ultramarines, and the Ultramarines won't be expecting it, will they? They're not expecting fucking to be attacked by brother legions. He sent Sanguinius and the Blood Angels into an ambush as well, and now he's putting other plans together for another ambush to get rid of more Space Marine legions that he doesn't think he can turn to his side. All the legions and Space Marines that he thinks are loyal will always remain loyal to the Emperor. He's going to get rid of them all. Fuck. Fucked, dude. It's fucked.
He's already got at least 2 Primarchs on his side that he just said. He's got Lorgar,
Primarch of the Word Bearers, which is Erebus's Primarch, and Fulgrim already. He's got them too. So, yeah. So it's not great. Not looking good, guys.
if I'm being brutally honest. Not looking good at all.
All right, Fake Bark. Big love. Cheers for hanging out. I appreciate you. I'm glad you enjoyed the book. So, people who don't know, because I know there's some of you in there in the chat that are Warhammer fans and already know where this goes. We do have the next book, which I'll start next week. What do you think is going to happen? Where do you think this is going to go?
Because we've got 15 minutes to chat about it. So I want to know what you think.
I want to know where you think this is gonna go. What's gonna happen? Horus is gonna commit genocide. Gotta crush it. Genocide. Haha, Jesky's fella. Jesky's fella knows exactly where this goes. Jesky's fella, do you not think it's like really interesting though to see where people who don't know the story think it's gonna go? That's like, for me, that's one of the most interesting things of reading this entire book story. Is like reading it to people who have no idea like what the story is, and like seeing where their mind goes and who they think's got what agenda and shit like that. It's fucking wild good. Jacker, I mean, it's like Warhammer's Game of Thrones, so you never fucking know, do you? Yeah. Everyone can die. Like, that's the Game of Thrones rules. Everyone can die.
Snow, it's awesome seeing people learn this for the first time. I wish I could experience it for the first time again. Yeah, me too. I wish I could have experienced it for a first time. Because when I got into Warhammer, it was like, oh, this happened. Like, do you know what I mean? And it's like just something that you just know. Like, it's in all the army books and stuff. Like, not as in depth as this, obviously, but like the bones of it. So you knew like what happened and stuff. So it's like, I wish I could experience it, like, you know, just read it like it like just reading a book and finding out the first time. Jesky's fella, I love seeing everyone's theories and seeing their reactions. Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? I like seeing Cecil's reaction when Magad comes into Carcase's room. Like, you flipped through so many different like realizations. It was well funny. I could see it in the chat. You were going, no. Oh wait, oh thank fuck. Wait. No. Fucking amazing. What's Cecil saying? I think there'll be an all-out war. Torg will die, Loken won't. The Emperor will show up in person to fight because there's no way he can't. I think Horus and the Emperor will die, and I reckon Erebus takes Horus's place as leader as this new thing. Chaka says, I mean, I said the part about Horus's power lust a long time ago, just didn't know how we ended up here. Jesky, I think everyone in the next book are going to skip off into the sunset all happy with rainbows and sunshine. I think you're right, Jesky. I think you're very correct.
Snow, the books are definitely better than reading lore from Codex. Oh, a million times better. Oh, yeah, that was a ride. I saw you go through, like, so many different emotions so quickly in the space of a paragraph. It was well funny. So who, like, now we're at the end of the second book. Who's, like, your top 3 characters? Who's your favourite 3 characters? Because we still got 10 minutes to chat before I need to go to bed. So, who's your top 3 characters? Oh, wait, I can't believe my best mate's dead. I love Ignis. I know. He committed suicide as well. How bad's that? Left a little poem as a suicide note. Jack, when Owen went on the ride, I was saying out loud, they better not kill Loken. Owen, top 3, Loken, Torg, and Ignis. Yeah, they're 3 really good characters. Really good characters. Phoenix, the best character, the one with the most character, the narrator. Thanks. Snow, he committed suicide by proxy. Eggy, Big Torg, my boy, and Loken. Jack, my top 3 is Loken, and Loken. Loken is a badass. Loken and Torg. Loken and Torg are my favorite ones. I think. I do love Horus though. Fucking love Horus. I love, like, his character. Even though he's a baddie. Like, I fucking love his character. I love, like, everything about him. Kind of reminds me of, like a Lucifer sort of character. You know what I mean? Like, if you think of the Emperor as, like, God. And Lucifer, like... Horus is like the Emperor's favorite son, and Lucifer was God's favorite angel. Like, do you know what I mean? And they both turned against their father. Kind of like that. Do you know what I mean? It's kind of like a bit Paradise Lost, isn't it? Jacko, I want Loken as a figurine. You can get Loken. There is a Loken figure. Let me see if I can find it. Garviel Loken mini. Oh yeah, I sent a picture of it, didn't I, when I went to Warhammer World? Ah, I can't show you that. Can't show you that because it'll give stuff away. I can show you this though. Fuck is going on here? There he is. Right, let me try and get it without you seeing something. Let me see. Right, let me see if I can get him up on the screen. I just don't want you to see something. There he is. Alright, cool. We got him. There you go. There's Loken. That's the Loken figurine. That's the Loken mini. Owen, in terms of character, Horus is definitely top 3. Yeah, he's fucking amazing. I fucking hate the cunt though. I think Erebus is top 3 as well. And I fucking hate him. Like, I fucking hate Erebus. But he's definitely top 3. He's a fucking amazing character. Absolute fucking shit stain. Like, Eggy, can't wait for Robute Gilliman to show up. Oh, Gilliman's a fucking don as well. Snow, I'm still waiting for my favourite characters to come up. One's been mentioned, though. Jeski's fella, same here. At least Angron and Khan got showed off in this one, yeah. Gotta love Angron and Khan. Khan, I think Khan is my favourite character in all of Warhammer 40k. I fucking love Khan. So much. He's the fucking man. Like. Chaka, what about Sanguinius? What happened to him? Horus said that he'd sent Sanguinius and the Blood Angels Legion to a planet, to some kind of ambush. He said that he will be mired in blood. That's what he said about Sanguinius. Sanguinius, who loves him, who loves Horus to bits. Like, I love my boy Sanguinius. Greatest Primarch. He is the greatest Primarch. I don't give a shit what anyone says. Best one. Jeski, is it really bad? I know what happens without reading the books. Having a Warhammer nerd for a fella is good for information. Yeah. Yeah, you will. Like, Warhammer nerds, it's like all they talk about. I talk at the Slam Queen about Warhammer. Like the stories and stuff. So much. I think she just like tunes it out now. Like, I'll just be like, oh, blah, 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 blah. She's like, alright, yeah. No, my favourite Prince Uriel won't be showing up though. But my man Lionel Johnson will. The fucking lion. What a fucking beast he is. Oh, in big fucking Loken in the flesh, yeah. There he is. That's Loken. That's our Lokes. Our Loken. Eggy. Erebus is a fucking rat, but he's in my top 5 now. I know. He's such a good character. The fact that people hate him, like universally hate him. Like, hate him. Like, shows you how good of a character he is, in my opinion. To be that universally hated. Like, it's like... The only people that you will ever see that are like, yeah, Erebus is sick, are like... edgelords. Because he is the fucking worst. And everybody hates him. But they love to hate him. Do you know what I mean? It's like a really good heel wrestler. Like, it's like, you want him to be in the story, but you fucking hate him, but you love hating him. Like, because he's a piece of shit. Like, oh, and so far I don't actually rate him as a character. I feel like he's just the big bad who's just there to make bad things happen. We are in early days. If you like, it is like fucking 70 books. We're only on book 2. But yeah, he's a piece of shit. There's a book that I have up there that we'll read eventually. And you will fucking hate him. You will fucking hate him. Bad. Like, you will fucking hate him. I'm telling you now, you'll fucking hate him. I don't think he's been fleshed out enough as a person. Yeah, I know what you mean. At this point, I'd absolutely agree with that. I'd absolutely agree with that. But it's like, it's given you enough of him that you know that he's a string puller. Do you know what I mean? He's one of these fuckers that likes to sit in the dark and pull strings, stir the pot from the shadows. Do you know what I mean? A manipulator. But he's fucking hard as well. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, he's no bitch though. Like, he can fight. Like, he's a fucking hard bastard as well. God Crusher, I need to properly get into Warhammer. It seems so sick. These books from when I've been able to watch are brilliant. It's fucking well good. It's so good. It's so fucking good.
Slam King, card, get up. If you've read that one, yeah. Of course I have.
Of course I have. I've got that book up there. It's the greatest scene. It's the greatest scene. Like, when I was reading that bit, I was like, yes! Like, out loud. It's the best. That's my boy, though. That's Khan, my boy. You know what I mean? Eggy, Jay, did you see the first Warhammer 40Ks on Game Pass? Which one? Which one? Because there's like a million Warhammer 40K games. Chaka, are they all blonde, white skinned, by the way? No. Torgadon's got dark hair. Abaddon's got dark hair. Horus has got dark hair. They're all, like, a lot of them are old Marines from Terra. So a lot of them are actually from Earth. So while they are enhanced with Horus's gene seed, like his DNA, they're not all from Chthoniya, which is the planet that the Sons of Horus call their homeworld, which is the planet where Horus grew up on and was found. But no, they all have different colour hair, different skin tones. There's a lot of them that do look exactly like Horus, though, if you remember. Like, a lot of them get the nickname the Sons of Horus, like Little Horus, Aximand, and Abaddon. They both look like Horus. Like, they have his facial features and shit, and dark hair and stuff like that. So the gene seed of their Primarch can change them to resemble their Primarch in some cases. But in Loken's case, not. Loken's just got blonde hair. He's just a blonde-haired dude.
Leeds J, didn't the Blood Angels go to Terra? No, not yet. Not on this. Not at this point.
Horus has sent Sanguinius and the Blood Angels Legion to... What planet did he say? The Blood Angels have been sent to the Cygnus cluster, where Sanguinius shall be mired in blood. So he sent Sanguinius into a trap as well.
Jessica, I don't mind though, because I love the lore. Just don't like the idea of playing the game. Too much going on for me.
Yeah, I think the game now is like so overcomplicated. It just doesn't need to be that complicated. But you can use one-page rules instead, and just use the models, and just pretend like, because one-page rules is well easy. It's dead simple. The rules are all on one page. Like old Warhammer. It's like old Warhammer 40k when I first got into it, where you just had the rules on a fucking piece of card. Literally, like, it was just a piece of card and it had the rules, and you could play a game like that. Didn't matter.
Snow, you know a villain's well written when you hate him. Yeah, exactly.
Eggy, voice acting is really drawing me in. Oh, thanks, mate. God Crusher 70. Yeah, the whole series is like 70 books, I think. 72 or something. I'm not going to read them all. But what happens is, basically, after the first 3 books, everything, like, spiderwebs out, and there's loads of different plots that you can follow instead. Like, there's still like a main line of books that you can navigate through, but like, they do just spread out, because it's a whole galaxy. It's a galaxy at war. You know what I mean? So there's so many characters and so many things going on. It's a galaxy-wide thing. So there's a lot, but it's really good. Snow, the main reason I hate Erebus hasn't happened yet, and I don't remember which book it's from. Betrayer, I think. Is it Betrayer or is it First Heretic? One of them. I think it's either Betrayer or First Heretic. I've got both them books up there. Definitely reading them. Phoenix, he's not relatable, he's re-hateable. He is. He's absolutely hateable. As you say, it's Owen says, obviously, as you say, it's still early days, but so far it's turned up in the last chapter of the book 1. Instantly fucked shit up and enacted a plan to instantly to fuck everything up. There's been no character development other than Erebus bad. We'll get to that. Like, there's a book where it explains him, how he got to where we meet him. There's a book that like gives you that story as well, where you find out how he got to the point where we met him and stuff like that. The events leading up to that as well. So it does all get fleshed out. There's a lot of fleshing out. There's 70 books worth of fleshing out.
King Snow, if you don't want to Gore Crusher, if you don't want to buy the codexes or books, Lewiton's a great YouTube channel. Yes, it is. Amber King is probably my favorite though. If you just want like the stories and stuff like that without like all the analysis, Lewiton's amazing for analysis. But if you just sheerly want like the stories with voice acting and all that kind of shit, the Amber King, man, what a fucking channel that is. Jesus H Christ, so good, such a good channel. Jeski's fella chat's gonna go ape shit at that scene. Yeah, that'll be the point where like 99.9% of people who watch this stream, the book stream, will just be like, fuck this. Oh god, can't wait for that. Oh, Warhammer 40k Space Marine. Oh, the first Space Marine game. Sick. It's been remastered. Nice. Good, that one. Not as good as Space Marine 2. That is a fucking masterpiece of a game. Isn't Isfan 5 coming up? Yeah, and Isfan 3. Both of them. Yeah. That's coming up as well. That's gonna be event. That's gonna be something, I'll tell you now. Fucking hell. Gonna be brutal. Jesse's fella. In some cases, like the salamanders, gene seed reacts with their home planet's radiation. The salamanders have skin the color of coal and eyes like fire. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. So does Vulcan, their Primarch, who's fucking massive. They're like the only nice Space Marines. They're like the only Space Marines that will go out of their way to save human lives. Like none of the others will. They're just like, got mission to do. Sorry. This is what I mean. Like, do you know what I mean? Snow, love the Amber King too. Yeah, it's fucking well good. The Amber King's like my favorite Warhammer channel. 100%. 100%. Major Kill as well. I used to watch Major Kill a lot. Kind of stopped watching him now though, because his more recent videos are just, I don't know. He started doing all that fucking Instagram, fucking YouTube drama shit, didn't he? He was going, Wes Hammer's copying my videos and all that shit, and I was just like, oh come on, dude. We just want you to talk about Warhammer and make jokes.
I don't give a shit about any of this. But I did used to watch him all the time, like, because his videos were fucking good and funny. Like, do you know what I mean? Jesky's fellow Vulcan, the Terry Crews of 40k. If anyone was going to play him in this Warhammer TV show movie thing that's coming out, it should be Terry Crews. Should be. Because he just looks like him. Like, he's giant and bald. Like, do you know what I mean? That's the one.
Well, Crusher, speaking of Aussie people and massively off topic, anyone seen the fucking trailer for that Dangerous Animals? No? No? What's that?
Yeah, Terry Crews would be amazing as Vulcan. Be fucking sick. Who'd be a good Horus, though? Who would be a good Horus? Do you know what I mean? Who could play Horus? Owen. Me!
Cecil. Cecil the War Master.
Fassbender. Yeah. I just don't know whether he's got the physical like presence. His acting presence, abso-fucking-lutely. But his physical presence, I don't know whether he's like physically intimidating enough. Do you know what I mean? Mark Strong, yeah, that's a good shout actually. Mark Strong's a good shout. But I mean, again, it's like it's that physical. You'd have to put some fucking muscle on. You know what I mean?
Arnie.
Back in the day, Arnie could play Horus. Back in the day. The guy who plays Reacher. What's he called? The guy who plays Reacher would be a good shout. Or would he be better to play Robute Gilliman? He might be better for Robute, you know. Because he looks a bit like Robute. Alan Richardson. Alan Richardson he's called. He's fucking massive. Phoenix, just put him in armor all the time. Yeah, you could put him in armor all the time. Who else is there? Who could play Loken? Who'd be a good Loken? Yeah, Jesky's fellow Reacher would be Robute or Dawn. Yeah. Yeah. That's what I was thinking. Robute or Dawn. Jacker, what about Tom Hardy? He could defo be some kind of character in it. Who could Tom Hardy be? Tom Hardy might be a good fucking Horus, you know. Tom Hardy could probably do a good Horus. Hardy would make a good Angron. He might make a good Angron. Jason Momoa might make a good Angron. Craig Fairbrass. Who's Craig Fairbrass? See that guy out of fucking Rise of the Foot Soldier? Pat Tate out of fucking Rise of the Foot Soldier. Who's Henry Cavill gonna play though? Valdor. Constantine Valdor. I don't think you guys have met Constantine Valdor yet. He's the Captain General of the Custodes. It's like the only thing that could maybe go one-on-one with the Primarch. Maybe. Phoenix. Don't hide Jason Momoa behind armor. How else will we drool? Jason Momoa Mimosa. I think he'd be a good Angron, though. Do you know what I mean? Because I'm thinking of him when he was in Game of Thrones as Khal Drogo. Like that exactly is what I would imagine Angron like as live action. You think Henry could be the Emperor? Imagine that. Keanu Reeves is sanguineous. He'd have to dye his hair blonde. Have really long blonde hair. Keanu is the Emperor. Well, I mean, it doesn't get any more wooden than the Emperor in 40k, does it?
No, you could do, yeah, Keanu. You could do Keanu as Korax. Corvus Korax.
You'd do a good Corvus Korax, I think. I reckon Henry would want to be fucking Constantine Valdor, you know. If they did. If they did it set in the heresy. Fucking loves his fucking custodies, doesn't he?
Phoenix, cast Eric Idle as a comic relief. Eric Idle as Carcasey.
Eric Idle is Ignis Carcasey. You'd have Sean Bean as the Oh no, you'd have Sean Bean as fucking Cinderman. Sean Bean could be Cinderman. Or Torg. You'd have Sean Bean as Torgiden. That'd be sick. With his Yorkshire accent. Leeds J, what do you think of Henry being the next Wolverine? Is that actually happening? Is that actually being a real thing? Is that actually true? The man's like 6 foot odd. Can't be Wolverine, he's too big. God Crusher, Henry as Geralt was such good casting, it's a shame the show fell off. Yeah, I agree. It's a crying shame that they fucked that up so hard. But it's just another example of fucking showrunners who aren't fans of the source material, and they just want to take an IP because it has an existing fan base and make their own TV show about it. Do you know what I mean? And it's like, well, who is this show for? Because it's not for the fans, is it? Like, it just doesn't make sense. Like, you've just took something because you knew that people would watch it. Like, you'd already have a made audience. And then you've just gone, yeah, but I don't like that story and these characters, so I'm just going to make my own up, basically. And you're just like, well, what's the fucking point? Why you just done it because you know that your characters and your story are so shit that no studio would want to make it because they know that nobody would want to watch it. So what you've done is you've just fucking done it under the guise of, oh, it's this, like it's The Witcher, and then just fucking absolutely shat it up the wall. Fucking bare annoying when they do that. Do you know what I mean? Bare fucking annoying. Proper fucking pisses me off. Because it's like I said, who the fuck is this show for? Like, do you know what I mean? If your story's that good and your characters are that good, then write your own fucking TV show. But you won't, because no one will fucking make it, because it's garbage. Fucking does my head in.
Nikolai Costa-Waldau, Jamie Lannister could definitely be in Warhammer. He's got all the face features and blonde hair. Full Grim.
Full Grim. He could defo be Full Grim. 100%. Snow, Hollywood always thinks it can do better. Surprise, they can't. No, and they never do. They never do. They just fuck it up every single fucking time. It's so infuriating. Jam 19, do you think that Games Workshop will bring Sanguinius? I have no idea. Careful though, because people in the chat, a lot of them don't know the story, so try and keep your comments spoiler free. I don't know. I don't know is the answer. It would be very cool. Would be very cool. Phoenix, who will be casting the role that will have all the fans up in arms, i.e. what female will be cast as a male character in the books? I mean, that is the thing that always gets people going, isn't it? But it's like, it's different with Warhammer, I find, because we're in Warhammer 40k, it's like, there are like specific things that are set in stone in that universe. As in, the age-old debate, Space Marines are only male. Do you know what I mean? Whereas, like, when it comes to, like, making models and miniatures and how you do your army, like, you do it however you want. It's your hobby, innit? Like, but, like, in the lore, in the established story, that is what it is. Do you know what I mean? But that doesn't mean that you can't make your own female Space Marines if you wanted to. Like, because you absolutely can. It's your hobby. But the universe, the established law is that Space Marines are only male. So I think that'll be the thing that if they break that, that's the thing that people will kick off about. Because you're destroying a fundamental aspect of what the Space Marines are, if you know what I mean. Because we've had this conversation before. Like, you can't put our modern day, like, concepts of things like equality into the Warhammer 40k universe, because it's not a good place. It's not a nice place. There is no such thing as equality, and that's the point, is that it's fucking horrible. Do you know what I mean? Like, it just doesn't work, because when you do that, you take out a massive part of the horror of the Warhammer 40k universe, because it's grim. It's grimdark. That's the point. The point is that it's horrible, and no one's equal, and everything sucks. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's fucking brutal. Like,
No, we love the Adeptus Sororitas here. Yeah, I think Sisters of Battle are cooler than Space Marines.
I think they're way cooler. They're fucking sick. And it's way more interesting as well, because their strength and power doesn't come from being genetically enhanced superhumans. They can do superhuman things because of their sheer faith in the Emperor as God. Which is like fucking mental. Do you know what I mean? That's immensely cooler than just like, oh well, you know, they're just genetically enhanced super soldiers. Everyone's genetically enhanced super soldiers in sci-fi. Not everyone are like fucking religious, fanatical fucking space nuns in fucking suits of power armor, armed with power swords and fucking bolters that can do superhuman, unnatural things because of their sheer belief in the Emperor. That's way cooler. That's fucking way cooler. Do you know what I mean? That's fucking wild.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's the thing, innit? It's like, for Warhammer 40k to work in live action, like as a TV show or a movie, you have to embrace what it is, which is fucking horrible. You know what I mean?
It is horrible. But you have to take that ball and run with it. Because it's fucking unique. It's set so far in the future, but everything's so medieval and, do you know what I mean? But like, rather than everything being this fucking neon sci-fi fucking future, it's dark and gritty and industrial and mechanical, like, do you know what I mean? And it's just got this weird, like, fucking medieval, quasi-religious, like, shit going on all over the place and stuff. It's fucking, it's grim. And for it to work, that's what you gotta do. That's what you gotta do. You gotta make it shit. Like, you gotta make the universe a shit place to be. There are no heroes in Warhammer 40k. There are no heroes. There are no good guys in it. There aren't. There just aren't. And that's what's so good about it. Do you know what I mean? A hero all depends on the perspective of where you're standing. Do you know what I mean? Because you could be a human living on a hive world in imperial space, and you get attacked by, let's say, Tyranids attack, right? And then and everything's going to shit, and you're hoping, praying to the Emperor, please, please, please help us, help us. And then in the sky, you see Space Marine battleships. And you're like, oh my god, the Emperor sent his angels to save us. And then what did he do? He glassed the fucking planet. And destroy everyone on it. They glass the whole planet. Because they're just like, well, we can't let these Tyranids spread. Exterminatus. Like, do you know what I mean? Something like that. Like, that's an extreme example. But that's an example of shit that will happen. And they're the Space Marines. They're supposed to be the good guys. The Emperor's angels. They're supposed to come and save you. But they don't. They fucking virus bomb the entire fucking planet. And kill everything on it. Melt it all down with fucking virus bombs. And then glass what's left. To make sure that the Tyranids don't spread to another planet in the same system. That's the type of shit we're talking about. There are no good guys. No one's a hero. They might be a hero on that day because they jumped into the fray to save their brother Space Marines from getting their asses kicked by orcs, and they won the day. But then the next day, the orcs might be too much, so they'll just destroy the entire hive city to stop them spreading. Do you know what I mean? Like, this is what I'm saying. Like, none of them are heroes. Like, look at Loken. You would say Loken's a hero, yeah. Was he a hero when he fucking butchered all them innocent humans? Because they were stood in the way when they were trying to get Horus to the apothecary, to the Medicae deck. Was Loken a hero then? Get what I'm saying? Get what I'm saying, though? None of them are heroes, man. Like, no one's a hero. They all do horrendous things.
And that's the point of Warhammer. There are no goodies. There are no baddies. There's just sides.
And it's all based on perspective of what side you're on and what day it is and what's happening. So, as long as the showrunners listen to fucking Henry Cavill, because he understands that, he knows exactly what Warhammer is. He's like a massive fan. As long as they listen to him, it'll be alright. As soon as they don't and the studio starts fucking sticking their nose in, like, You know what I mean? Trying to put modern day sensibilities into a universe where it just does not work, then that's when it's going to go to shit. Because it will. Because it can't. You know what I mean? Because it just wouldn't work. Because you'd be taking away an essential part of what it is, which is that everything sucks. Nothing's good. No one's a goodie.
No, the backlash would be insane. Yeah, it would be. It would be. But it would be rightly so, though. You know what I mean?
Because there's things that it works in, but this is not one of them. It's fundamentally a shit fucking place. Like, it fundamentally sucks. The Warhammer 40k universe. It's a horrible place.
So I just hope they do it right. I hope they do it right. I hope they give us something unlike anything else. Because I feel like it has the potential to be so fucking unique and so great. And I really, really hope that they nail it. But only time will tell. You know what I mean? We'll just have to wait and see. But I'll tell you something, I'll be watching it fucking day dot. As soon as it comes out, I'll be like, ah!
Even if it comes out like 2 in the morning, I'll be up. I'll be watching it. Could watch it on a Discord call, really, couldn't we? We could all just do a watch party and watch it on Discord. That'd be pretty sick.
Phoenix Peter Gabriel makes a theme song rewriting his biggest hit into Warhammer.
That'd be well funny. Yeah, a watch party would be awesome. We should do that. Because we could do it like every week. When it comes out, just watch it. Just watch it live together. That'd be fucking sick. Yeski's fella. In the opening paragraphs of the 40k books describing the universe, the last line says, "And whatever happens, you will not be missed." Fucking grim. Yeah. Sums it up though, doesn't it? It literally sums it up. That literally sums it up. There you go. Like, it's not good. It's not a good place to live. It's not an ideal place to live. Everything sucks. Unless you're like at the top of the top. But fucking at the current moment in fucking Warhammer 40k, where the time is at the moment, Robute Gilliman is basically running the Imperium, and he's having the worst time of all time, and he's like right at the top of the food chain, and it's like the worst thing ever. Fucking sucks for him. Do you know what I mean? So even if you're at the top, it fucking sucks. Just all sucks. Jesky, it means I get to see what you lot see when you play the game, read the books. It's exciting. Yeah. You just got to do it right. That's the only thing. You just got to do it right. Gore Crusher, have you seen that one miniseries show, Secret Level, I think? There's a Warhammer episode on it. Yeah, it's fucking amazing. It's amazing. That episode is fucking well good. It's the best thing I've seen since probably Astartes. If you haven't seen Astartes, you should watch Astartes. It's on YouTube. You can find it. Wow, good. There's another one called Hell's Reach as well, which is fucking incredible. It starts off, you have to stick with Hell's Reach though, because it starts off and it's like the art style is very difficult to watch, but you have to stick with it because the art style changes throughout the movie in relation to what's happening. It's really clever the way that they did it. It's really, really clever. Beardy, how you doing, mate? Got distracted by the PlayStation State of Play. Silent Hill F drops in September. Japanese toilet reviews, please, Jace. Ooh, might get on that. Might have to get on that. See what it's like. Gore Crusher, my dad showed it me, and I was like, "This is fucking sick." Yeah, it's so good. It's so good. You should watch Astartes. It's fucking amazing. Watch Astartes and Hell's Reach on YouTube. Really, really good. Snow, don't worry. The lion will save the day. Snow, I'm so excited for Astartes too. Yeah. Yeah, it's fucking... It's going to be well good. It's going to be well good. Astartes was so fucking good. Like, no dialogue. Just shows you. Like, it's fucking well good. But yeah, that secret level episode, the Space Marine one, that is a perfect example of what a Space Marine is. Like, when you see what they can do, that's a perfect example of them. Like, they're just a fucking force of nature. They're big. They're fucking insanely strong. They're crazy fast as well. And they're fucking like, they're wearing fucking power armor. They're like fucking... Do you know what I mean? It's like walking, it's like a fucking, like, a tank that can sprint faster than the fastest human. Wild.
Beardy, I'm not even a 40k fan. I know I'd love it. I just don't know where to start. But I enjoyed Astartes. Astartes is fucking well good.
Really, really good. Jesky, I watched that episode and was talking about it with Jesky's fella, and I think I made his day chatting Warhammer without him starting the conversation. Yep, there you go. That's all you have to do. That's all you have to do to us Warhammer fans. Start a conversation about Warhammer, and that's enough. That's enough. Do you know what I mean? You don't even have to carry on talking about it after you've started it. Just starting it without us starting it is like, that's enough. Beardy Jace, will you be picking up the Space Marine remaster? I don't know. I think Eggy said before that it's coming out on Game Pass, so I might play it on Game Pass. I've not played it since it came out. I'll probably check it out. Phoenix, check the Warhammer Discord channel later. Peter Gabriel has arrived. Gore Crusher Doom guy seems like he's inspired by Space Marine, except he did a line of cocaine. Yeah, there is a Space Marine that's very much Doom guy. He's the fucking he's like the chapter master of the Grey Knights. I can't remember his fucking name, but he basically just went into the warp and just started killing demons. And that's just where he stays. Stays in the warp, just killing demons, that's it. He's just like, yeah. Fucking, I can't remember his fucking name. But yeah, like, and all the demons fear him. And he's not a Primarch or anything. He's a Space Marine. He's a fucking beast. I can't remember his fucking name. So no, it's always funny reading a 10-page fight and then someone says less than a minute has passed. Yeah, it's like Dungeons and Dragons. Like, so in Dungeons and Dragons, like, each round of combat is supposed to be 6 seconds. Like, that's how long time has passed. Do you know what I mean? But it's like, obviously, if there's like 6 of you playing, each round of combat takes like fucking 5 to 10 minutes. It's like, that's supposed to have been 6 seconds. Because it's all supposed to be happening at the same time, innit? But it's turn-based in Dungeons and Dragons. Beardy. Mad. Are them having a hobby in common lets you know that Jason Henry Cavill would 100% be buddies. I'd kick my ass. He has custodies. He'd trounce me. Fucking batter me. Jeski's fella, Kaldor Drago, Grandmaster of the Grey Knights. Yep, that's him. That's the one. Couldn't remember his fucking name. He needs a new mini. He needs a new mini. Like, pronto. But he is a fucking beast. An absolute beast. So the Grey Knights are basically Space Marines where they all have, like, psychic powers. The entire chapter has psychic powers. And they're all, like, demon killers. That's, like, what their entire, like, chapter of Space Marines is specialized for. All their weaponry, everything that they have. Even their armor. All has wards against demons, like, carved into it and shit. And they are demon killers. That is what they are. They're fucking sick. Like, yeah, they're badass, Grey Knights. Fucking badass. They need new models, though. They are in desperate need of new models, Grey Knights. Desperate. Because they're really cool as well. But they've not even given them Primaris upgrades yet. So all the Grey Knights are like... All the Grey Knight minis are, like, well smaller than, like, the regular Space Marines. Because all the regular Space Marines have had fucking upgrades. Like, have new minis that are all bigger.
Gore Crusher. Jeski's fella, Gore Crusher, Doom guy would solo the 4K universe, mate. Yeah, probably. Probably. He's way harder than Space Marines. Like, way harder. Way harder. Like, he's literally, like, fucking unkillable. Doom guy is, like, the most overpowered, like, video game character of all time, I think. I can't think of anyone that comes anywhere near, like, close to him. Like, Jay, what's your favorite of the Doom games? Doom 2016 is my favorite. Yeah, Doom 2016 is my favorite. I prefer it to Eternal. And the Dark Ages, I prefer it to that as well. I've only played about 3 minutes of the Dark Ages, but I watched Loki play it for like a good 2 hours. Loki liked it, because Loki loves Doom. But yeah, like, I've only played a tiny bit of Dark Ages. I weren't all that jazzed with it. It just seems like there's too much faff in it. Do you know what I mean? It don't feel like just Doom 2016. Doom 2016 is perfect. It's fucking perfect. Everything about it is spot on. The combat's spot on. Fast paced, brutal. Not too easy, not too hard, unless you make it hard, like, but I'm talking about on normal. And obviously the soundtrack's, like, the fucking best fucking soundtrack of any game. Way better, like, way better than fucking Doom Eternal's soundtrack. Fucking... It just sounds... The Doom Eternal soundtrack just sounds like they tried to copy the Doom 2016 soundtrack, and it's just... Not for me. Not for me. Pale imitation. Beardy, 2016 is the purest Doom experience. Exactly. But I grew up on Doom.
Like the original Dooms and shit. So I want that. I want a pure Doom experience. Like Eternal, they whacked more shit on it that I just didn't want. Like, do you know what I mean? I don't give a shit about fucking using a fucking zip line or whatever the fuck it was. Like, I don't care about that. I don't want it. And Doom, the Dark Ages, where it's like, oh, now you can fly on a dragon and now you've got a shield. And I'm like, I don't want any of that. I just want fucking Doom, dude. Like, do you know what I mean? Just give me more levels and give me more things to kill. That's it. That's what Doom is. Like, I don't need any more. But, yeah.
Jesky.
I bet the original Doom that you played was the PlayStation version where it had the really creepy fucking soundtrack. I bet that was why it scared you, because that one, that when they remastered it and brought it out on PlayStation, the first PlayStation, it had a really fucking creepy, fucking weird soundtrack that wasn't on the original Doom. The original Doom had like MIDI rip-offs of like famous metal songs, like Master of Puppets and fucking Cowboys from Hell and shit like that. Doom 64 is really good as well. Doom 64 was good. Doom 2, Final Doom, Doom 64, they were all great. Doom 3, I didn't really care for Doom 3. I weren't a massive fan of Doom 3. It just changed it up too much. It slowed the pace down, made it more of like a horror. And I was like, it's a good game, but it's not why I play Doom. Do you know what I mean? Because the pace of it was too slow. Like, because they did try to make it into like a horror shooter, which is fine, but that's not why I like Doom. I like Doom because I want to be running at full pelt, shooting demons all over the place. Because with Doom, you have to play aggressive all the time. You can't, like, it's not a game where you can like peek around corners and shit like that. It's like you have to be aggressive all the fucking time to get through the levels. You have to fucking just go for it. And sometimes you'll die.
Yeah, Doom 3, yeah, where they make you choose between having a gun and a flashlight, yeah. It was to add to the horror though, weren't it? To add to the tension, because they were going for a different type of game with that. Which is fine, but it's just not for me. Jesse's fella. Anyone seen that video of the version of an old school Doom game where they replaced everything with Tim Allen? Shit is fucking cursed. No, I don't think I've seen that. I've seen some other weird ones though. I can't fucking remember. Like about a year ago, I went through a phase of watching loads of videos of like OG Doom mods, and some of them are mental. Some of them are fucking nuts. Chaka, sounds like Loki playing Elden Ring. Playing aggressive, I mean, yeah. Well, Loki plays Doom all the time. He fucking loves Doom. Like, there's a Warhammer game, a Warhammer 40k game called Warhammer 40k Bolt Gun, which is basically Doom, like old school Doom with the 2D like enemies and shit like that. And he completed that on his own. On like normal difficulty. He fucking razzed through it and completed it. I just sat there watching him do it. I was like, this is well good. But yeah, he plays Doom all the fucking time. Like, he loves that shit. He loves shooters though. But I can't really let him play them on stream. You know what I mean? Because of the age rating and shit. So can't be arsed with anyone from his school coming around going, yeah. All right then, yeah. Snow, Bolt Gun was free on PlayStation either this month or last month. Was it?
Did you play it? Because if you haven't, you should. It's fucking well good. It's really, really good. God Crusher's date on Sunday went really well. Yeah, boy. Beardy, I used to play Brutal Doom. Have you ever seen Brutal Doom? So Brutal Doom is a mod, and it's Doom, but the enemy count is like tuned all the way up. So there's like fucking like five to 10 times as many enemies on screen all the time, and the violence and gore in it is like it's like unlike anything you've ever seen. Like it's like everything's just turned up all the way. Like as far like you fucking shoot things and they'll explode, and there's like fucking guts and fucking blood like all over the floor and the walls, and there'll be like bits of brain and bone and guts and shit like on the ceiling, like dripping down like onto the floor. It's fucking wild. But Brutal Doom's sick if you can find it, because you can get it for free off the internet. It's OG Doom, so it's open source. Nobody owns it anymore. And if you can find Brutal Doom, fucking play Brutal Doom, dude. Holy shit, that'll test you. That'll test you.
Oh, Snow, you haven't played it yet. Give it a go, dude. Give it a go. You'll fucking love it.
It's literally old school Doom. It's literally old school Doom, but Warhammer 40k. You're a ultramarine, a space marine called Malin Kado. Oh, he's voiced by this British actor. Can't remember his fucking name. Is it Raoul? Raoul? I'll have a look. He called Bolt Gun voice actor. Rahul Kohli. Yeah. That's him. Yeah, he's a British actor, and he does the voice. Like he's like an actual actor. He was in oh, what was that sick fucking Midnight Mass? He was in Midnight Mass on Netflix. If you haven't seen Midnight Mass, you should watch Midnight Mass. It's fucking well good. But yeah, he was in that, and he does the voice of the main Space Marine that you play as in Bolt Gun, which is mental because he's like a proper actor. And the only voice acting that he does in it is like stuff like "For the Emperor" and stuff like that. Like it's just like saying shit like that every now and again. It's well good.
Beardy Brutal Doom's immense. Yeah, it's sick.
Yeah, serious Sam levels of enemies. Yeah, but it's like the violence in it is crazy. Crazy. Sigil is great too. I don't know what Sigil is. Phoenix, Brutal Doom inspired 2016 a lot. Yeah, I can see that. I could definitely see that. Jeski's fellow Rahul Kohli was brilliant in iZombie and Gears of War. He was in Gears of War? Who the fuck was he in Gears of War? No way was he in Gears of War. Rahul Kohli. Hang on, I want to know who he was in Gears of War. Rahul Kohli. Gears of War, let's see who he was. Oh, he's in Gears of War 5. Right, that's why I've not played that. I've not played that. Right, okay. What's he called? Faz. Faz he's called in Gears of War. Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, that's why I don't know, because I've not played Gears of War. Risky's fella, chuck that video in the gaming room on Discord. All right, I'll check it in a minute then, because I'm gonna finish this stream in a sec. Fuck, it's nearly 11 o'clock. I've been chatting shit for an hour. Just been talking shit for an hour. I was like, I need to finish the stream at 10. Gotta get in bed. Gotta be up early with the kids. An hour later. See, you get me talking about fucking Warhammer and fucking Doom, I'll be here all fucking night. Beardy, Sigil and Sigil 2 are unofficial DLC for the OG Doom made by John Romero. They were that good that Bethesda decided to make them official. Sick. I didn't know about that. So no, time flies when you're talking about Warhammer. It truly does. It truly, truly does. Fucking hell. I am gonna have to bounce, though. I am gonna have to bounce. Like, cause it is super late. So I'm gonna have to go. I'm gonna have to go and get in bed. And watch that video that Jessica's put in the fucking gaming Discord. If any of you are new to the channel and you haven't yet joined our Discord, if someone would be so kind to drop that Discord link in the chat, that would be fucking awesome. So if you are new to the channel, click this fucking link. Click our Discord link, because we have got... There it is. There it is. Gore Crusher dropping that link. If you're watching on YouTube, you'll have to get the link from the screen. It's right here. Right here. So get that link. Join our Discord, because we have literally got the best community on the internet. Everyone is so fucking lovely. Everyone's so fucking cool. There's loads of different channels for all different types of interests and hobbies. So click that link, join our Discord, introduce yourself in the Introduce Yourself channel, and make a shitload of new friends. We've got people from all over the world, so the chat's 24/7, and everyone is super welcoming, so you'd be absolutely welcome in our little community. I am going to fuck off to bed, but I will be back tomorrow at 6:30 p.m. UK time, and we'll play some Silent Hill, and we'll review some toilets, and we'll see if we can get James off the fucking heroin. You know what I mean? Because he's got a problem. Man's got a problem. Keeps seeing letters from his dead wife. You know what I mean? And we'll find out whether it can be shat or not. That's at 6:30 p.m. tomorrow, UK time, on Twitch and YouTube. And we'll see where we're up to. Because I can't remember. Oh, I think I'm still in the fucking hospital and everything's gone to shit on it now. Because I had a fight with that fucking fleshlight that was hanging out of the fucking ceiling. Right. I'm going to bounce. I'm going to go to bed. I'm going to have a cig. Go to bed. Watch this video that Jessica's dropped in the Discord. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. I'm glad you guys all enjoyed the book. You guys are the best. Like, thank you so much for all your support, everything you do for me. I love you guys very much, and I will see you all tomorrow. Speak to you in the Discord. Peace and love. Good night.